because it didn't seem to affect them in terms of their season. I don't know if it affected Florida in any material way. But they didn't put it on a pedestal. They didn't make it more than it needed to be. And I thought, frankly, it was an opportunity to be like, hey, this is how we're different. Mm-hmm. We care a little bit more about being slighted in a postseason series. We could take on a new attitude by approaching this game a little bit differently. But they did what they've been doing, which is just kind of treating it as is. And it didn't prevent them from having a really good road trip and turning around what was a bit of a sketchy start. But they didn't make anything of it more than it needed to be. And I guess that's okay. But again, it wasn't the greatest start, as you mentioned, to the road trip.
So then they go and they play the Tampa Bay Lightning, and that one started really rough. It felt like, oh, you're going to put two games together that are just abysmal. Samsonov, this is the start of the Samsonov conversation. He was pulled after 3 goals on 4 shots. Felt like the Maple Leafs were treading into dangerous territory, but then they have this big comeback win. Tavares with the OT winner, something that we remember, quite recently, a very similar OT winner against the Lightning, and they win that one 4-3 in OT, and it felt like a character win by the Maple Leafs.
Also feels like somewhat of a landmark victory, potentially, for the team this season, because it may have represented something. Of course, Joseph Woll comes in and replaces Ilya Samsonov, who was struggling early in that game and is brilliant. And they win the game in which you made a goaltending change, which I won't say is like a rarity, but it's not the most common outcome of a game when you're forced to pull your goaltender. So that maybe ushered in the Woll era. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. But I think from that night onward, most of the people, most fans, the consensus, I guess, would be that, hey, we'd like to see Joseph Woll in net as opposed to Ilya Samsonov. And I don't think that's changed since that game and that win in comeback variety over the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Game 3 of the road trip was another win, beating the Washington Capitals 4-1. That one was funny. We were on for that one, and it was the Ovechkin shot night. It was shots. Everybody. That was Ovi. In that
just
first
Ovi,
period.
Not everybody, just Ovi.
Ovi trying to get his first goal of the year, which he did eventually get the lone goal for the Washington Capitals. It was kind of an interesting watch because we talked about the Washington Capitals maybe falling off and do they have it still? And it was kind of eye-opening that they don't. They didn't have a lot going on offensively. They had Ovi's one goal after he took, I think it was almost 15 or 16 shots.
I think it was 14 in the end.
Yeah, it was outrageous. And Joseph Woll got another win, and it was a big one. There was one play where Ovi dove into the net over top of Joseph Woll because he was so desperate for a goal. Maple Leafs got a 4-1 win against a Caps team that was kind of sleepy.
Yeah, I don't know about sleepy. Maybe sleepy in terms of ambition, but they did outshoot the Maple Leafs pretty handily in that game. I don't think it was the best performance, but Woll was awesome. And you can win games when you don't necessarily run up the shots on the opposition when you have quality goaltending. So another reminder and maybe more affirmation for many that they wanted to see Woll in net because, it's one of the rare times, maybe not rare times, but one of the times that they had quite the disadvantage when it comes to shots. Usually the Maple Leafs are either leading or pretty split when it comes to the shot count. But that game, especially against Ovi, who had one thing on his mind, they did have to overcome the shot disadvantage, and they were able to do that with a quality goaltending performance from Woll.
And then they had their 4th game of the road trip against the Dallas Stars. This was a big game. Dallas is a pretty favorable pick out of the West to be a Stanley Cup champ or a Stanley Cup contender. They have a lot of great talent. They had a good goaltending. And the Maple Leafs won a really, really solid game. 4-1 again. That seems to be their MO there. And Joseph Woll with another win in net. It was a good test, I think, for the Maple Leafs to play a solid 60 minutes. They get the win. They get another momentum boost. And they end up having one more game on this road trip, but that Stars win was actually a pretty solid performance for the Maple Leafs too.
Yeah, arguably their best game so far. Maybe you could say Tampa in response, but they were really good in that game against the Dallas Stars. A tough team, a tough building to play in. Woll was great again, and that's kind of the theme here is that maybe over this road trip they found their goaltender, and they certainly got the results from Joseph Woll over the course of the 5-game trip.
So finally, last one out was the Nashville Predators. They did lose that one in overtime, 3-2, and it was the Ryan O'Reilly game. Of course it is. Samsonov's in net as well. So Samsonov with the 2 L's on the road trip. This one was Ryan O'Reilly all over the place. You know, it's the revenge angle that seems to get the Maple Leafs anytime they play someone, and he got 2 goals, 2 power play goals as well. And then the OT winner went not to him. But nonetheless, the Maple Leafs end this road trip on a loss, but they end up with 7 out of 10 points. That Predators game wasn't deflating. It was fine. It wasn't the big staple that you want, a big statement win to wrap up a road trip, but a 3-2 OT loss isn't terrible. They got way outplayed in overtime, though. It seemed like as soon as the OT period started, they were going to lose that game. Easily
the best game, though, for Ilya Samsonov. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was a direct response to what had happened that week or his comments about how it had been very difficult being either demoted or not playing the way he expected to, still chewing on what happened a couple months earlier in the loss to the Florida Panthers when he didn't actually finish that series due to injury. But if there's something to take from a loss, I guess it's the 1 point, given that you were able to go to overtime with the Predators. But Samsonov playing pretty well despite giving up 1 bad goal. That is progress, and maybe he can build on that moving forward despite not getting that opportunity tonight.
Okay, so Maple Leafs set up 10 points on a 5-game road trip, but they are also coming back with a little bit of a shaky decor. Now, this has been a storyline coming into the Maple Leaf season, as we know. But we have some injuries to McCabe. You know, Liljegren was shaken up a bit. Gio's playing big minutes. We just talked to Jason Bukala right before this show started that he's on pace to block 70 more shots than he did last year, which is pretty outrageous. He's really putting his body in places to get beat up, and he's an older guy, right? So how much can he shoulder? We've got William Lagesson now called up to play for the Maple Leafs, and they are 1 injury away from seeing some names that you do not want in on an NHL roster for a lengthy period of time. So coming back with points, but also coming back with some major questions on how sustainable the defense core is.
Yeah, and keep in mind they're already dealing with an injury to Connor Timmins. So it's not like you're pulling your 7th defenseman into the fold. You're reaching down a little bit deeper than that and bringing a guy like William Lagesson up, who does have NHL experience and, of course, played against the Nashville Predators, but isn't the guy that you expect to be relying on. It's going to be a storyline all year for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They're probably going to be looking for a defenseman. And I don't know how quickly they can find one. I don't know how urgent it is right now, but already 1 injury, especially an injury that happens in game where you're thrusting 5 other guys into major minutes. Like, it all can catch up to you pretty quickly when you're dealing with an already, smaller group of individuals. A blue line only consists generally of 6 guys. And when there's an injury, it can definitely put a lot of stress on that core. And I think we're dealing with that in micro and macro levels where, maybe you can't rely on William Lagesson to log in the 15-minute range. So you're leaning more on Mark Giordano or Morgan Riley to just give you more in-game. So, it's definitely a thing. And I don't know if it can be addressed. I don't know if Connor Timmins is coming up soon. I don't know if Jake McCabe is right around the corner. But they are playing with a short deck already, and this is going to have to be addressed in some way. But for now, it just seems like they're going to have to push through with what they have.
Well, think of all the names that they had as buffers last season on defense. Well, obviously Jake Muzzin, who's no longer playing on the squad, but they had Luke Schenn, Jake Muzzin, Victor Mete, Mac Hollowell, Jordy Ben, Eric Gustafson, Jake McCabe, TJ Brody, Connor Timmins, Justin Hall, Timothy Liljegren, Rasmus Sandin, Mark Giordano, and Morgan Riley. Well, that's a lot of names, and not all of them are, top pairing defense in the NHL, but there was depth, and it feels like they don't have a lot of depth this time around.
Well, it was depth created mostly out of necessity, too. I mean, you mentioned Jake Muzzin, obviously didn't last long to start the year and now has been forced to retire. But they had to go out and bring out a bunch of bodies. Like you mentioned, Gustafson. He was an addition. Schenn, an addition. They had to go out and get guys. Jake McCabe, in addition. They had to go out and get guys to supplement. But you listed off, 12 names? And, right now we've only seen, 6 or 7, including William Lagesson. Like, you need
14.
Despite only 6 guys generally dressing.
Philip Kral.
Philip Kral makes it 14 or 15?
15.
Either way,
that
just tells you you're going to have to use a lot of defensemen over the course of a season. That's just the reality of the position in the NHL. You can't just, hey, we got 6 guys and we're going to roll with them. Mm-hmm. It's not the Toronto Blue Jays starting rotation. There's going to be some hiccups. There are going to be some things that you have to deal with. You're going to have to reach deep into your bag, and that bag may need to have to be supplemented over the course of the season. We know they're against the cap. We know there are a lot of things, preventing them from having the sort of depth that you need, but things change. Injuries happen. There are going to be other avenues to improve and to add, and I expect Brad Treliving to be working on that. But right now, it's kind of hard to make that move now because you don't know how your team's going to shake out. You don't know the extent of McCabe's injury. You don't know, despite it being a favorable diagnosis. You don't know when Connor Timmins is back just yet, at least if you're the fan base. So there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot that they're going to have to work around over the course of the season. But if you list off 15 names last year, I mean, you're going to get close to that again this year. That's just the reality of defense in the NHL.
All right. So the Maple Leafs come back with a little bit of shaky back end in terms of defense core, but they're also coming back with one starter and one backup. And I don't think we felt that secure on that conversation as they headed out on that 5-game trip, but it certainly feels like coming back after 5 games on the road, Joseph Woll is the Maple Leafs starter and Ilya Samsonov is the Maple Leafs backup.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Joseph Woll, as we mentioned, you start that trip, or his trip started with that Tampa Bay relief appearance. It was his second appearance of the year, so it wasn't the first time we saw Joseph Woll. But, in terms of developments, I don't think anyone would be like, oh, yeah, we're going to definitely know that Joseph Woll is the guy. And we knew after one game, at least it seems, that Joseph Woll was the guy. And it's because he's played so well, and it's because Ilya Samsonov has played so poorly. But this was, a lot of people were thinking like, hey, this could be Woll's net. This could be an open competition. This could be 50-50. This could be whatever. Like everything was on the table, but the immediacy in which this is like developed, and just like, even if you just look at one game, that game against Tampa, it felt like, oh, this is obvious. It should be Joseph Woll. And again, it's a long season. He hasn't done it before in the NHL where he's had to go through the rigors of it and prove every night that he's a goaltender who maybe is among the best 32 in the league, or if you're a Maple Leafs fan, a lot better than that. He still has to prove it over the months and months of a regular season. But this isn't any old prospect who's like, flash in the pan, just drafted, and his talent that was so obvious carried him to this point. It's a guy who's been in this organization for a long time. And he's learned a lot about himself, about the profession, about his position, about this organization. A lot has went into Joseph Woll arriving at this point. And if it is perfectly timed with one guy faltering and Woll arriving, that's a great thing. But I don't think anyone was like, oh, in the 5 games that they're on the road, we're going to know exactly what this goaltending situation looks like. But I think after those 5 games, we do.
And we will see him tonight. Confirmed. Joseph Woll in net. Getting another start at home, a big one. I wonder how it goes on Thursday night against the Boston Bruins. Now, that'll be interesting because that's only one game off in between. They don't have any back-to-backs coming up for quite a while. They've got the Bruins Thursday, Saturday night, the Sabres, Monday night, the Tampa Bay Lightning, Wednesday night, the Ottawa Senators. So not a lot of chance for a back-to-back, which makes an easy decision, right? If it's a back-to-back, you're obviously going to play the other goaltender. So I wonder how they play with this upcoming week with some staggered games and some big games. Like the Bruins on Thursday is a massive, massive game. They are basically undefeated. They lost in overtime.
Well, what would you do?
I would give them both.
Yeah.
I would give them both because
I would too.
At this point, like, why are we... this kid is rolling. His confidence is high. If Ilya Samsonov, who is an adult, can't deal with the fact that he's kind of lost his spot, you got to compete harder, right? Like, these are games the Maple Leafs need to win. So if your best player is your best player, but you put him in. That's where I go.
And you're going to have your opportunity eventually. It may not be against Boston, the hottest team in the NHL. It may come Saturday night against the Sabres, and you better perform in that spot, or they made the right decision. And again, that decision hasn't been made, having Joseph Woll start against Boston. But I guess we are getting ahead of ourselves a little bit because he's still got to deal with a really, really hot team in terms of goal scoring in the LA Kings tonight. And if that one doesn't go to plan, maybe that makes that decision easier where it's like, okay, Ilya, you got a chance against Boston. We'll see what happens there. This is still a debate. This is still an open conversation. Sure. But in terms of like where we're at right now, the information we have to start the season, it is so obvious who you want in a big game. And I would consider tonight's game rather large. And I think most of the fan base wants to see Joseph Woll because he just has performed better, is way better statistically, and makes you feel a lot better, just even in the odd moments that don't involve a save that Ilya Samsonov wouldn't make. He just looks very comfortable in there right now, and I just want to see that comfort continue.
There's a nice comfort in watching Joseph Woll play in goal. Like it's an ease currently. So hopefully he keeps that consistency up. Okay, it is Halloween night, and we have a couple more minutes before we send it to the start of the first period. We're going to do a couple of the scariest storylines that have happened or we've seen so far this year, and we are hoping that they maybe change. But they are the scariest storylines to start the Maple Leaf season. So, Matthews and Marner not clicking. Ooh, scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely, I suppose. It is a little scary because that has been the combination that has worked effortlessly, at least it seems, since, Mike Babcock was removed and they were allowed to play those two together. Matthews and Marner prefer to play together, and when they play together, it is generally very, very profitable. But this season, they played together for 104 minutes, and they haven't really been able to create the advantages we're accustomed to. If you look at their on-ice Corsi for percentage, it's just barely over 50. Right now, attempted shots for versus against, 114 to 110. Like, that is not, what we're accustomed to. That is basically even. Scoring chance differential, 58 to 56. Again, basically just trading scoring chances when those two are on the ice, and that's generally not what we see. We see large discrepancies because when those guys are on the ice, they are usually the ones, taking those scoring chances. But the biggest one is the on-ice goal differential, 4-4. Only been on for 4 goals at even strength or at 5-on-5 and 4 against. So the advantages in shots are great, but you want the advantage where it counts the most, which is goals. And they, so far to this point, have not been able at 5-on-5, despite who the third wheel is, been able to create advantages for the Maple Leafs. A lot of it has come, of course, in scoring situations, but whether it be 5-on-4 power plays, 5-on-3s, 4-on-4s, 6-on-5s when they've been pressing late. Yeah, they've put some pucks in the net there, but at 5-on-5 right now, it just hasn't been the magic we're used to.
Okay, so scary storyline is that they haven't clicked so far, but there's still lots of time to click. Samsonov, of course, that's a scary storyline so far. Is this just a little blip for him, or is this the Samsonov that ended last season and has begun this season? Is that really who Samsonov is when you take off the mask? And he did take off the Cujo mask, and he's no longer wearing it.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yes, he said no more of that after he played better without it.
Okay. I did not notice the mask. I like the Cujo mask. That's too bad. That was a good one.
He didn't like the vibe.
Samsonov has not been, as we've talked about a lot in this half hour, very good to start the year. He's got the league's second worst goals saved above average at -7. Oof. So an average goaltender has allowed 7 fewer goals in 5 starts compared to Ilya Samsonov. I mean, I don't have to spell that out for you. That is bad when you're allowing 7 goals worse than someone who'd be considered, LA Kings starter tonight, Cam Talbot, who's basically mid when you look at goaltenders in the NHL so far this season. That is not good stuff, but this is a small sample, and you do expect him to be better than that. You do expect him to be closer to the goaltender who played pretty well Saturday in Nashville, despite giving up one really bad goal to Ryan O'Reilly. He's got to improve on that. If he doesn't improve on that, he's not going to play very much. He's got the second worst goal saved above average. That's not what I expected from Ilya Samsonov.
Who's got the worst?
To start this season.
Putting you on the spot.
You are putting me on the spot.
Probably someone on the San Jose Sharks, as they have they won a game yet?
It's not Phoenix Copley, but it's close.
Okay.
LA Kings backup Phoenix Copley has had a really bad start to his season as well. In just 3 starts, he's almost at the Ilya Samsonov level. So he's been worse than Ilya Samsonov. But it hasn't been an ideal start for Samsonov so far. And he won't get a chance to improve on that tonight, but maybe by the end of the week he will.
Okay, scary storylines to wrap up this half hour. Boston. Boston's really good. Boston's really scary. They play Boston in two nights. They're 8-0-1. They are scary. I thought that they were dead, and they are much alive. They came from the ground.
It might be the scariest. It might be the scariest of propositions early on this season for the Maple Leafs, that the Boston Bruins are just really good still, despite losing their 2 top centers, despite losing a future Hall of Famer and one of the best two-way players of all time in Patrice Bergeron, a guy who just sets the tone for everything they do. gone, and yet they're the same. It does not make much sense. However, being 8-0-1 given their schedule makes more sense. Like, they've had a really easy schedule to begin the year. Not to say that they haven't played games on the road, but, the road trip for Toronto, which includes Florida and Tampa and Dallas and Nashville, that's pretty difficult. It's not the easiest run, and certainly it has been much more difficult than what Boston has seen so far. That said, we just talked about high-performing or a goaltender, Neely Samsonov, who's not performing at a high level, and I mentioned goals saved above average. The two goaltenders for Boston. So this is not, one versus the other. This is throw whoever you want in, and it works. Jeremy Swayman and Linus Ullmark. Top 4, each of them, in goals saved above average. So the flip side of Ilya Samsonov, they basically have two Joseph Walls right now in terms of their performance. They can go either which way. And it's worked out very, very well from him. Two really good goaltenders performing at a really high level. That usually will dictate performance. If you got two guys who are making sure that the 7 goals that are going in on Samsonov above average, it's the flip side where they're stopping those 7 goals. That's the position Boston's in because their goaltending has been so good.
Well, good thing is, got 2 nights to worry about that. You got the LA Kings tonight. One other part of that spooky standings update is that the Red Wings and the Canadiens are ahead of the Maple Leafs in the standings. Things that you probably didn't think that were going to happen this early into the season. But as we say, there's lots of hockey to be played. To continue on, we'll take a quick break. We've got Leafs and Kings on the other side. We'll give you the lines. We'll tee it up. We got our player to watch. Somebody that could make history tonight on the Maple Leafs. If you were listening at 6 o'clock... We've been on the air for 2 hours, folks. If you listen at 6 o'clock, we gave the tidbit of why we picked this player as our player to watch. But there could be some history tonight. And you know what? It's the Maple Leafs at home on an 8 p.m. start. I feel like things could get a little messy. Like, it get a little wild. It's Halloween.
Well, you hope not. I mean, wild maybe in terms of costume and vibe and everything else at Scotiabank Arena. But the hope when you're starting Joseph Wall is that the chaos does not ensue.
He calms it all down.
He calms everything down. He's a calming influence. Certainly has been on the Maple Leafs so far. So in order to deal with the high-powered offense, maybe we'll get into the stats on the other side of the break with the LA Kings. They've scored a lot of goals.
Yep.
To stop that, Joseph Wall has maybe his hands full. But again, his calm demeanor has been able to neutralize everything, including a high-output night from Alexander Ovechkin last week.
All right, Leafs return home from a 5-game road trip. Home sweet home. Let's see if they can keep the momentum going on Halloween night. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back to continue setting up Leafs and LA Kings. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot, you're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick homes are built with upgraded features and elevated finishes. Chef-inspired kitchens, spa-like en-suites, and a fully finished lower level. Even better, Williamsburg Green has parks, playgrounds, and trails to explore. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
When Jeff Lewis is live and uncensored, no one knows what's going to happen.
I don't want to hurt him, just embarrass him.
Like the motto of your life, Jeff.
What are you getting angry about?
I get angry about everything. Catch me talking with my friends about my latest obsessions, relationship issues.
It's been really healthy to hear all your problems.
Because it makes your relationship look healthy.
It could be worse.
Jeff Lewis live. Weekdays at 12 p.m. East, 9 a.m. West. Only on Radio Andy. Sirius XM 102. Or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well-positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Kerr. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
For details.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert here with you ahead of the LA Kings and the Toronto Maple Leafs on a Halloween spectacular evening and an 8 p.m. puck drop.
Yep, 8 p.m. puck drop. You get the trick-or-treating in. You can get to the game, get comfortable, whether you're at the rink or at home. I mean, this is a good sports night. It's a good sports night and maybe a big bag of candy beside you.
Oh, they better be throwing candy in the stands to the kiddos. Like, if a kid got an opportunity to stay up past their bedtime, come to the Maple Leafs and Kings game tonight, 8 p.m. in their costume, I hope the Blue Crew's out there tossing candy to everybody.
Okay, 12-year-old Ailish Forfar is a like if you had the option, trick-or-treating.
I'd be at the rink playing hockey.
Go to the rink. I mean, I was watching the Leaf game, but you
I don't even remember the last Halloween I had that was real when I was a kid. It was just
really hockey. You were just so
always grinding out there.
Dedicated to your craft.
I was always dedicated to my craft. Maple Leafs back after a 5-game road trip. It's been a while since they played at home. Hopefully bringing some good vibes back to Scotiabank Arena. You know, they got 7 out of 10 points. It was a pretty successful road trip considering they've had a couple bodies that have been banged up on the road. Their decor looking a little bit soft in terms of the scare factor tonight. But their high-powered offense, you know, you got William Nylander, Austin Matthews, John Tavares, and Mitch Marner all pretty much on par to have some of their best seasons yet. So it's been a great start.
Yeah, they definitely have not been the issue. The primary scoring has been pretty good. Now it hasn't come, in abundance at 5-on-5. You can quibble with little things for sure, but on the whole, those four guys have been productive and doing their jobs. It is funny though. You mentioned 7 out of 10 points, which you'll take on any road trip. But the order of go might actually help the Leafs in terms of a motivational element, because I wouldn't be feeling so great about how the road trip ended. Like, it was kind of an unsavory end.
When Ryan O'Reilly scores twice in your face.
Ryan O'Reilly, the revenge factor. Saturday night, he scores twice, and then they win it in overtime because you were kind of, you weren't overly aggressive to start overtime and to end the third period. If I'm the Leafs, I'm probably wanting to get back out there, and they have that opportunity now at home to try and start not a streak because they're going back on the road, but just sort of reset things, put the road trip behind them, and start this next little phase here, or at least this little chunk on a winning note.
Specifically because tonight's a big tee up for what will be Thursday night, maybe the biggest game of the season so far for the Maple Leafs against the Boston Bruins, who look like a team that never took any steps backwards but ran even further ahead. They are leading the league. They are 8-0-1. They look like they never missed a beat. So Maple Leafs got an opportunity tonight to get into a good mindset before they play at TD Garden on Thursday. Let's take a look at the lines, because they are kind of the same as Sheldon Keefe has not put things in a blender for a little while, which is a good sign of consistency, a good sign that he's happy with the meshing, with the identity of each of the lines. Yarncroke, Matthews, Marner up top, Bertuzzi, Tavares, Nylander, Nyes, Kampf, Domi, and Gregor, Holmberg, and Reeves. Those are your forward lines. Nothing to change really at this point. I think things are looking all right.
Yep, consistency up front and consistency on the back end, I suppose. Now that Jake McCabe is unavailable, Riley and Brody, Giordano and Liljegren. So another big spot for Liljegren. Of course, he was a little bit banged up, but he'll be able to go. And William Lagesson will play again with John Klingberg, with Joseph Woll getting the start for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Another big one for Joseph Woll, who has done nothing but really give us big performances so far. Very steady in the net, very consistent. I feel like the team really likes playing it in front of him, which is a really important sign, of course. When you have a confident goaltender and a confident team, it fits real nice. When you have a goaltender that is lacking a little bit of confidence or is doubting himself, the players do so as well. So another big night for Joseph Woll ahead against LA Kings. What do you have about the LA Kings that we need to know?
No, Joseph Woll is going to have to be good. The highest scoring team in the NHL by rate is the Los Angeles Kings, 4.29 goals per hour. That's about an extra goal compared to last season. Oof. So, they're running a little bit beyond what the expectation should be. But yeah, the Kings are playing well right now, and they are scoring with all four lines. So it's definitely a task at hand for Joseph Woll and a banged up blue line.
All right, speaking of scoring, the player to watch presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. We've got a goal scorer tonight in William Nylander, plus 140 to pick up a goal because he could set a record tonight.
Yep, he's looking to get a point at least in every game to start the season. The record could be set at 9 for William Nylander tonight. He was neck and neck with John Tavares, but he's the one who got on the score sheet in Nashville. So William Nylander gets an opportunity to make some Maple Leafs history, and we like him to do it by scoring a goal at plus 140.
It's more fun. I don't want to do William Nylander to get an assist. That's boring. I want him to put one in the net with some Willie flair, Willie Styles.
But if he sets the record with an assist,
well, then we'll take that,
okay
as well. But I would rather see a goal. Who wants to cheer for assists?
Of course.
I don't assist. I just score. All right. We're going to assist Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph, who have the call of the first period after the break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Tua continues to impress. This is a good-looking offense. I'm always jealous, and I'm not a part of it.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles. Everyone in the ballpark know he's getting the ball, and you still can't stop.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes joins us.
We'll continue to get better and better as an offense.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Kerr. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league has talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The one thing I'd like to say about Makar, let's not put a ceiling on this guy in terms of historical context. Makar will, at some point, as he puts a few more notches on his belt, he'll enter the conversation. Is he already one of the 10 greatest defensemen ever? Have I seen anything like Makar? Maybe not, man. He's dangerous.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Radio Network.
High above the solidified waters of Scotiabank Arena, the Leafs and the Los Angeles Kings collide for one of 2 meetings between these rivals as the Maple Leafs return home after a 5-game road trip in which they went 3-1-1. The heroes of the Hemp Hut tonight. Joseph Wall back in goal. 3-1-0 is his record. 1.33 his goals against average, and .961 the save percentage. Cam Talbot is 3-2-1 and a 2.72 goals against average as the puck is dropped, and we're underway, and glad you're along with us. Yarncrook steers it down into the Los Angeles zone. Matthews trying to drag it around back of the net, had it go free, and Kempe gets it out at center with a long left wing pass looking for Kopitar. Kopitar drops it back for Quentin Byfield. Newmarket native trying to play it into the corners. It's played to the line, and it's going to get out past Mickey Anderson and go all the way back into Los Angeles territory, and the first changes for both teams coming as a result. Drew Doughty comes to center. Dropped it off. The turnover, though, comes as it's stolen by Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi in on the left wing, in for Willie. Trying to steer it in front and went right by Tavares. As Nylander tries to set a team record with 9 consecutive games to start a season with at least a point. Nylander coming to center, but he knocked it down with a high stick.
I got to ask you this, though.
What's that?
How many records are there that we've never heard of before?
Thousands. And the best part is the intranet that allows you to find out about them instantaneously.
I mean, even And what I find ironic about it is you go back to Darryl Sittler's 10-point night. Sittler said he had no idea how many points he had after the second period. So it was Stan Obodiak, I believe, came in and told him that you have a shot at the NHL record. Didn't know now.
In fairness, I was in attendance that night. I had no idea he had that either, but it had to do with a lot of alcohol that night.
You had no idea they were playing.
No. Yeah, that was...
But I mean, I just find it fascinating. All these records have existed, but there's probably no easy way to go back and find them. It wasn't in a database.
And I don't know, as the crowd ever found out until the next day, that the record had been set. Puck in the Toronto zone. Trying to play into the corner. Out come the Kings trying to get a backhand away. It'll come back to the point to Matt Roy. Shot from a sharp angle was knifed wide of the net by Wall. Riley waits for teammates to head to the bench to get a change as he'll find Brody at center. And Brody launches it high, but too high, going over the glass and going out of play. The Leafs fourth line getting its first shift with a minute 52 played here on Halloween. And 35 Gerald Crescent in Brooklyn has officially shut the buffet down. Liam says he's in the basement now. He's handed out all of the candy. That's it. So 35 Gerald, strike it off the list.
But if you pop by tomorrow, there'll be a barbecue.
I'm just hoping that Caleb has at least saved some for Grandpa. That's what I'm concerned about. Bouncing puck rolls to the side of the goal. Wall's going to stop play and bring a face-off in the Toronto zone.
The Los Angeles Kings come in. I know it's early on in the season, but they lead the National Hockey League in goals for per game. And yet nobody's really lit it up offensively. They've been pretty balanced scoring.
Yes. Really spread out.
But they are 4.38 goals per game this season. The Leafs, by the way, are 10th overall at 3.5 goals per game.
Matthews wins the face-off. Klingberg got it back at the net. Giordano in a traffic jam there. Pushed it along to Yarncrook. And Yarncrook will get it to center. Kings have to regroup back in their own zone. No score early. Spence comes to center. Defenseman to the red line, and he'll shoot it in. Around on the far side. Klingberg trying to free it up for Marner, but it's poked out at center ice, and a lot of extra legs making sure that they didn't have too many men on the ice there for Los Angeles. Now Matthews gets it across the line and back into the corner. Yarncrook into the corner after it, but unable to come up with it. Played up on the right side and out at center ice now for Los Angeles. And in over the line for Kopitar. Kopitar to the far side. A shot went off a leg. Marner in the far corner. Trying to play it high, but it bounces. And then he steals it and is able to skate it to center. Waiting for Troops to arrive. Then just tries to backhand it in, but didn't get it in deep. Doughty. Reed plays the puck over on the far side. Turning back with it now is Kempe. And Doughty will get a return pass. The veteran defenseman sends a long lead feed that is out of the reach of everyone, but no icing. Liljegren, who left the game the other night, is back in the lineup. Good news as far as the Leafs are concerned. Tavares into the corner with a pass in front of the net that Bertuzzi couldn't come up with it, and it's shot down the ice now by the Kings, and there'll be an icing call here against Los Angeles.
Well, they usually say that the first game at home after a long road trip can be a tough one to get your emotions up for. But if you're the Leafs right now, you cannot talk to the LA Kings about long road trips. This is a long weekend for the Kings. A 5-game road trip for the Leafs, which, by the way, was their longest of the season.
Good to get that out of the way early or not?
Oh, I'd say yeah, absolutely. I think there is an advantage when you stay in your own time zone the last month or so of the regular season.
Well, they only moved one time zone away when they played
Dallas and Nashville. Yeah.
Dallas and Nashville, so it wasn't too bad. And the puck shot down in the Toronto zone.
I mean, our trips to Nashville, I think we moved the time zone a few times.
Yes. Well, we certainly saw the other side of midnight. Here's a penalty coming to Los Angeles, and a shot taken there by Nyes went wide of the goal. And the first power play of the game is going to come here against Los Angeles.
22 LA minor penalty slashing.
And Fiala is going to the box.
The Leafs get their first crack on the power play. Do not have a shot on goal. In fact, Matthew Nyes' delivery of this one from the high slot through his screen right before the Kings touch the puck to have the whistle blown. Probably the best scoring chance the Leafs have had.
4:26.
Well, and I'll tell you something. This is into the hands, but there could be a lot of penalties tonight if that is the standard of the way things are going to be called.
Shot down the ice by Los Angeles. And going back to retrieve it is John Klingberg. He'll come to his own blue line. Now to center. Swings it back for Marner. Marner hits the line and in. Works to the left wing side with a pass to Tavares. Tavares had it knocked off his stick. Matthews trying to free it up, and he does to Nylander. Nylander to Klingberg on the right wing side. Top of the circle. Circles back towards the point. Now in the corner it goes. Matthews back to Klingberg. Klingberg to Willie. And he one-timed it and whistled it wide. Klingberg trying to keep the puck in, but it's going to be knocked out and down the ice by the Kings penalty kill, which has given up 6 goals in 36 times short. Leafs get it back in over the line, but no one in control of the puck, and is finally pushed to center ice. Klingberg having difficulties with the persistence of Trevor Moore, and the former Leaf almost stole the puck. Matthews swinging it back. Moore's had an excellent start to his season. Leafs to the line. It's going to be offside as the pass was dropped back right at the blue line, and no chance for Nylander.
No, Nylander thought that Marner was going to cross the line first. Instead, it's a little hook right at the Los Angeles blue line, trying to feed Matthews on the other side of the ice.
So the face-off is outside the line.
40 seconds to go on this Leaf power play. Still not a shot on goal and not much offensive zone time.
Second unit on for Toronto. Yarncrook into the corner. Got it freed up there on the boards. Liljegren was able to keep it in momentarily, but it's swatted out and down the ice by Kempe. And the Leafs will have to go back to it.
Leafs' second power play unit have actually scored a third of the power play goals. 3 of the 9. Morgan Riley with 1 and Tyler Bertuzzi with a pair.
To the line, Yarncrook dropping it just to the line, and then a pass by Giordano comes all the way out at center, forcing Bertuzzi back. 3 seconds left in the penalty. Morgan Riley up on the right side. Yarncrook drops it off, fed into the slot area. Bertuzzi took a swipe at it, but then lost the edge and fell. Here the Kings in with a backhand, and they score! An interesting little backhand that goes over the shoulder, and Andreas Englund has opened the scoring here for Los Angeles.
And as good as Joe Wall has been, goes off his stick. Watching the replay again, I think it's Giordano's stick. Englund just sort of shovels it towards the net from the right wing circle on the backhand, left-handed shot. And off the stick, and then it elevates and beats Joseph Wall's short side, and the Los Angeles Kings have opened the scoring on just their second shot on goal here in this game. 13:22 to go in the first. 1-0 Kings.
And the Maple Leafs have not scored the opening goal of the hockey game on home ice. Backhand stopped there by the left pad of Wall. Brought out by Nyes. Fed to an open wing. Liljegren will step in and ring the boards with it. Brown on the boards to the near side. Nyes works into the slot. Drops it back to the blue line. Liljegren returns to Nyes. Nyes trying to get away from the checking of Pierre-Luc Dubois. Nyes with it again in the corner. Chips it back of the net for David Camp. Camp swings it in front of the net. Nyes couldn't get a stick on it. And then Gregor was able to push it to the net, but really didn't have an awful lot on it. And Cam Talbot makes the save and is able to stop play and hold for a face-off. Kings have the opening goal. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
'Tis just about the season, and you've got a sleigh load of holiday channels to unwrap in the SiriusXM app. Shake the tinsel right off the tree with Rockin' Christmas. Set the mood for a silent night with Holiday Chill Out. Or add a touch of Christmas class with Real Jazz Holiday. There are over 20 seasonal channels to choose from. Just open the SiriusXM app and search Holiday starting November 8th.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The one thing I'd like to say about Makar, let's not put a ceiling on this guy in terms of historical context. Makar will, at some point, as he puts a few more notches on his belt, he'll enter the conversation. Is he already one of the 10 greatest defensemen ever? Have I seen anything like Makar? Maybe not, man. He's dangerous.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Leafs Radio Network.
The LA Kings are banking on the duo of Cam Talbot and Phoenix Copley as their goaltenders, at least in the early going. Yeah. Phoenix Copley's been around a lot, 31 years of age. Played with St. Louis, Washington, and the LA Kings. And you know where he's from?
Phoenix.
Kings bring it in on the left wing side with a shot over top of the net. Nope. He's from North Pole, Alaska. I only know one other person from that community.
Who's he play for?
Doesn't, but he's a big round guy. He has a lot of reindeer, and he dresses strange. Kind of in a red suit with a long hat.
Well, you're from Sudbury, so I don't know anyone from the Sioux that's like that.
No,
yeah.
No. All right. Speaking of which, I'm so disappointed in Jim Fox, the broadcaster with the LA Kings from Coniston, just outside of Sudbury. He's walking around in the press box with gloves on. My God.
He's no longer one of us.
No, he's not. Here's Matthews in the offensive zone, centered in front, no one there.
A lot of years in California for Jimmy Fox.
Yeah, that'll do it, though, I guess, eh? Played into the corner, around the boards to the near side. Marner with a check over his shoulder. Starts out with a pass, nicely acquired there by Matthews, and a long shot. And Talbot kicked that into the corner. Leafs keep it in. Matthews tried to play it to himself behind his back. And it was cut off, and now here are the Kings coming to center ice. It's a one-game homestand for the Maple Leafs. They are in Boston to tangle with the red-hot Bruins, where have we said that before, on Thursday night before returning home. Doughty in his own zone. A pass up on the right wing side. Carl Grundstrom in over the line with a long shot. Wall comes across and slides in there and takes that on the chest and will hold for a face-off.
This might be one of the worst starts the Leafs have had to a game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just not a lot of jump, not crisp. And, you know, the shots are just 4-3 for the LA Kings. I mean, the Kings haven't had a whole lot. They get one goal off a deflection off Mark Giordano.
Dubois gets the lone assist on the goal. Key lead of Winnipeg. Lead pass at center finds Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi unable to get it into the zone. And a long shoot in by Lewis goes wide of the net. Tavares punching it out at center for Nylander. Cross ice pass to no one in particular forces Giordano back into his own zone. Nylander back at the net for Giordano. Just off his stick. You'll have to hurry to get to it. Makes a nice play to Willie. Nylander gets it out. Got it ahead for Tavares, but he can't get it into the zone. Back come the Kings, but they can't penetrate. Play rather ragged, isn't it?
Yeah, both teams have turned the puck over a lot at the opposing team's blue line.
Spence got it into the Toronto end. Shots on goal are 5-3 in favor of the Kings as it's played to an open wing. And England is there for Los Angeles. Played ahead. And an errant pass gobbled up by the Maple Leafs. And out comes Matthews. Couple of nice moves. And on the wing now for Yarncrook. Yarncrook playing it down into the corner. Dubois went back of the net. Matthews stole it back. Tried to play it in front, but couldn't get it to Morgan Riley, who was creeping in. And now the Kings bring it back the other way. Lafreniere gets it down around back of the net. Ferrier, rather. And in along the boards. Grabbed off by Kopitar. Played back to the point. Matt Roy will get it back to the blue line. Long shot. Good save made by Wall. He had to find that through a maze. Got that left pad out on it. 1-0 in favor of the Kings. Kopitar. Centering pass and unable to get his stick on it was Byfield coming down the boards. Leafs play it out at center ice again. 9:18 to play, first period. Bit of a late start because of ESPN. And the Leafs trying to get it out at center, and they do. Long shoot in by David Camp is swallowed up by goaltender Cam Talbot's left glove. And a face-off coming in the Los Angeles zone when we return. 1-0 in favor of the Kings on England's goal. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick single-family homes come with a long list of features you've always dreamed of. Gourmet kitchens, freestanding tubs, and even fully finished lower levels. Dare to compare and you'll see why it's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-man truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
John Tavares set up by Willie. The Leafs win it in overtime.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Big night for defenseman Andreas Englund as he gets his first ever NHL goal. And the Kings have a 1-0 lead as a result at 6:38. 9:01 left in the first period.
Fortunate bounce. But how about saying that your first NHL game as a defenseman, or first NHL goal was scored off Mark Giordano? It's going to be pretty cool to tell the grandkids one day.
I wouldn't even mention Giordano. I would say top shelf, wired it. Goalie had no chance.
Well, guess what? Somebody will look for it on YouTube and say, Grandpa,
I'm sorry.
Who knows what there will be in 30 years.
No kidding. Played down into the Toronto zone. Wall out of the net to leave it for Liljegren. He gets it ahead. And turning up ice with it was Gregor, but his speed for Reeves went by everyone, and it's an icing call. And the fourth line will have to weather the storm down in the Toronto end as a result of the faceoff coming to the right of Wall. Pontus Holmberg taking the face-off, and it's won cleanly by Los Angeles. Back to the point, Spence. Played down into the corner. Spence gets it again, walks to the middle of the ice, doesn't shoot it. Still with it. One of the Leafs had to retrieve a broken stick. Centering pass, and they score. Philip Danault in front of the net, and everything that you don't want the fourth line to do. An icing that was certainly avoidable. Defensive zone coverage that falls down, and the LA Kings take a 2-0 lead.
Well, it was Noah Gregor that had a stick break in an attempted drive to the net. He went to the bench to get a new stick, but there was no way you could have Philip Danault wide open. Back door on the feed from Trevor Moore and just tap it in past Joseph Wall. I mean, even if you're a man short, Joe, killing a penalty, I think that's a little difficult to accept. But the LA Kings on 7 shots have a 2-0 lead.
Shot deflects and goes up into the screen and behind Wall.
For Trevor Moore now, that is 8 points on the year, 5 goals and 8 points. So he's got 5 goals already this season. Trevor Moore does. In 52 career games as a Toronto Maple Leaf, he had 5 goals. So I had a 17-goal season last year, or in the 21-22 season with the LA Kings. 17 goals, 48 points. That's career highs for him.
Well, the trade for Jack Campbell and Kyle Clifford is when Trevor Moore went west. Here's Nylander trying to play it along the boards far side. Has it kicked back towards the blue line. Spins away from one check. Works down the right wing. Nice move in front of the backhand. Big save, and the rebound was tipped wide of the goal. Klingberg keeps it in. A backhand then by Tavares was blocked. A little bit of urgency here to the Leafs game as a result of falling behind 2-0. LaFerriere gets it into the Toronto zone, and Klingberg turns with it in front of his own goal. He'll work the center. Looks for Matthews off his stick and into the corner. Kings send it right back out. Yarncrook will shoot it right back in, but it's gone off a stick and has cleared the glass and gone out of play.
Well, Leafs need a spark. They get down early here. They had a 2-0 or a couple of 1-goal leads, 1-0 and 2-1 in Nashville that they were unable to hold on to. They really have not tested Cam Talbot at all. The 5 shots he's faced, I'm not sure I can remember a difficult save.
Second goal of the season for Philip Danault. Kings are strong down the middle of the ice.
Led by Andrzej Kopitar, of course.
Long deflection goes off the glass to the side of the Leaf goal, and Wall will put a glove on it, and a face-off will come in the circle to his left.
How about this for the Los Angeles Kings, though? Last year, going into the season, they had Jonathan Quick and the kid Pettersson that we saw actually make his debut in the National Hockey League, was in relief against the Leafs a few years back.
Kid from Notre Dame.
Yep, $10.8 million on goaltenders last year heading in. This year, Cam Talbot, Phoenix Copley, $2.5 million combined.
Wow.
You talk about somebody saying, we're restructuring, and then we have a penalty here. Cross-checking is going to be the call. And, yeah, the Leafs are going to be, well, are they calling the second one? The second cross-check was Brody. Kempe had the first cross-check. See, what's difficult here is to say, find the cross-check. Because they were almost identical. Kempe on Yarncrook, and then Brody on Kempe. So maybe the one thing you could say is, I mean... this is strange, and the official is right there.
Wow.
On both of them.
If nothing else, there should be coincidence. penalties. But now this game can get really out of hand. Kept alive at the point. Kempe works along the boards. Cleared to an open wing, but Fiala will get there to get it back to Doughty. Returned. Fiala with a cross-ice pass and unable to get it on the stick and get it away. On the one-timer was Kempe. And then it is deflected off David Kamp's stick and up into the crowd, out of play.
The thing is about Joseph Wall as well. He was 6-1 last year. He's 3-1 this season. So career 9-2. But he's 2-2 on home ice. You know, his best moments in his young career have been away from home. First NHL win was in Buffalo, 5-4. First shutout was in New York against the Islanders.
Leafs win the face-off. And Liljegren is going to launch it high out and down the ice. Minute and a half to go in the first power play for Los Angeles. Doughty dropping it back. They are 6 of 36. Almost stealing it was Camp, but it is sent out and down the ice now by the Leafs. Minute 12 to go. Gregor out there on the penalty kill as it comes back on the right wing side. Kopitar to the point to Doughty. Return to Kopitar. Cross ice pass is going to be intercepted, and it is shot down the ice by Gregor. Nyes up, forcing the issue a bit. 50 seconds left to go in the power play. Jordan Spence drops it back. Crowd getting into it here a little bit, trying to get some energy going in this Leaf team. Into the corner and around the boards near side. Leafs break it out. Morgan Riley got it ahead, but Nyes couldn't handle the pass. Right wing side brought in by Kalyev into the corner. He has it stripped away. Leafs find an opening, and down the ice it'll go, and that'll all but clear the penalty time on the clock. 16 seconds to go in it.
It was Kalyev fired a broken stick up the middle of the ice. There was no call for it, and that's a punishable offense.
Yes. Kings keep it in, but the Leafs take it away. Nylander skating through center, in on the left wing. Little stutter step to gain the corner. Works back at the net, trying to flip it out in front. Kings get it to the blue line, but they can't get it out. The penalty has expired. And now they do send it to center, and Giordano will wait patiently. Passing over the line, Tavares had it roll off his stick. He was trying to corral it on his backhand to get to the forehand for a shot, and it rolled too far away from him. The Leafs will play it back into the zone.
Might have had his stick lifted just at the last second.
Played in over the line by the Kings. Lizotte goes into the corner against Klingberg. Puck comes to the side of the goal. A bit of a scramble going on. Comes back to the point. Fed off on the wing now for Matt Roy. Long shot. Stopped there. The rebound in front of the goal. Intercepted by Nylander. Nylander comes to center. A left wing feed. Tavares is going to bring it back. Leafs are in the midst of a change. Brought on now by Riley. Across the line for Domi. Domi into the slot area. Got a return pass. Couldn't get a shot. Into the corner. Max Domi. Tripped up. No call from either official, although some of the amateurs in the stands tend to think that that was a trip. Centering pass went off of Domi. Kings are just going to lay it out at center ice. 3 minutes and 4 seconds to go. First period, 2-0 Los Angeles. Domi trying to free it up for Matthews. Matthews trying to work into the slot, and he was too well covered. Domi's able to keep the puck in, though. And Doughty loses his balance, but is able to sweep it around on the right wing to get it out. Dubois in on the left wing. Pierre-Luc Dubois got it back into the slot. Domi intercepts. Marner gets it out. Pontus Holmberg sends it into the left wing corner. Giordano unable to track it down. And the Kings are going to get it out at center ice. Giordano to defense partner. Liljegren sent it out at center, but didn't connect there with Gregor. And the Leafs have to go back into their own end now. Pass ahead. Noah Gregor backhands it in over the line. Reeves couldn't catch up to it. Kings get it back out at center. And it's going to be wired in. Wow, that was from well across the red line, I thought. No icing. Is that a reviewable? I'm not sure. I guess not, is it?
What's that, icing?
Icing, yeah. Oh. Minute 42 left to go here in the first period. 2-0 Kings.
Like balls and strikes.
I suppose. Klingberg trying to get it freed up for Tavares. He got it ahead, but Bertuzzi couldn't get it out. Long shot deflected wide of the net by Wall. Wall has faced 7 shots. And the Leafs have really not had a scoring chance to speak of against Cam Talbot. Round back of the net goes Moore. Centering pass. And that was knocked away. Now another centering pass blocked by Klingberg. Klingberg plays into the corner. And the Leafs are going to get the puck out at center ice. Nylander can't get away with it. Bouncing puck. Klingberg knocked off stride. Played back into the Toronto zone with less than a minute to go. A long lead pass to center. Nyes got across the line. Tried to play it back into the corner. It's intercepted. And the Kings are going to flip it back in over the line. Brody did get it ahead. Nyes starts away with Domi. He's going to just flip it into the right wing corner with 22 seconds left. And the Kings are going to get it out. Trevor Lewis. Long shoot in goes wide of the Leaf goal. Bouncing puck to the near side. Fed around back of the net. And Brody has to get there. And he'll find Camp, who gets it out. Domi couldn't knock it down. And time will run out. The first period was presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Well, I don't know if there's anything great you can see about that opening 20 minutes, except thank God it's over. You know, I mean, there was just nothing going on, no energy, no jump. And I know we talked about it right off the opening faceoff. They say these are the most difficult games to play. When you come home, first game home after a long road trip, and the Leafs are proving that to still be the case, as they've got to do something to find their game. The power play was inept. Fourth line gets caught out on another goal, and Leafs need something, some kind of spark to get back into this game.
England and Dano with the goals, and it is 2-0 Los Angeles. Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert coming along with our first period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Tulip continues to impress. This is a good-looking offense. I'm always jealous, and I'm not a part of it.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles. Everyone in the ballpark know he's getting the ball, and you still can't stop him.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes joins us.
We'll continue to get better and better as an offense.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like Sirius XM NFL Radio. Channel 88.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom! Wha-bam! Zap! Turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
When Ottawa's proposed electricity regulations make electricity unreliable, the things you rely on won't work when needed. Your hot water, computer, washer and dryer, electric car, TV, lights, mobile phone, stove, your heat in -30. Visit tellthefeds.ca to learn why Canada's power grid will be unreliable. And tell the feds, reliable and affordable electricity matters. A message from the Government of Alberta.
At Honda, we can't wait
to tell you that the all-new 2024 CR-V EXL Hybrid has arrived.
Right, but I was going to tell them...
About amazing features like all-wheel drive and a power moonroof.
Well, actually, that...
It comes with a 2-motor hybrid powertrain.
Just wait, I was going to tell them that it's in stock today, so...
So you don't have to wait!
Yes! Lease the Ontario-built 2024 CR-V EXL Hybrid from just $149 weekly at 7.59%. For 60 months, $2,550 down. OAC, taxes extra. See HondaOntario.com.
Waiting is overrated.
When my knees were hurting, I was that guy who told everyone about it. I talked to my colleagues. Hi, everyone. My knees hurt. To my dog. My knees hurt. But really, I should have been talking to my doctor about Cingal, the only treatment that combines fast-acting and long-lasting relief from osteoarthritis knee pain in a single injection. To find a clinic, visit cingal.ca. CINGAL.ca. Stop going on about your knee pain. Instead, talk to your doctor about Cingal. Cingal may not be appropriate for everyone. If you have questions about this product, talk to your doctor.
When it comes to tough, there's no such thing as second best. It's why we built the 2023 Ford F-150 with available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and class exclusive Pro Power onboard. If you want the truck built with power, capability, and innovation, there's no substitute. There's only F-150. Right now, get up to $5,500 in rebates on select 2023 F-150 models. Visit your Toronto area Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
Concerned about the taste and odor of your home's water? Have confidence drinking purified water from Reliance Home Comfort. With over 100,000 5-star online user reviews nationally, trust us to purify your water. Our dedicated experts will assess your needs and recommend the best filtration system for you. For about $1 per day, enjoy purer and better tasting water for all your drinking and cooking needs. So if you're concerned with your home's water,
call on Reliance.
Conditions apply. See website for details.
The beauty of a fall drive is even better in a brand new Lexus from Don Valley North Lexus. And now take advantage of these incredible offers with their stretch lease program. Lease the 2024 NX250 Signature Package from just $598 per month for 28 months. Vivid season, vast drives. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A proud member of Wayne's Auto Group.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert here with you on the intermission. Leafs trail 2-0 after 20 minutes to the LA Kings. A spooky start on Halloween night.
Brutal start. It was more than spooky. It was downright terrifying. That was a brutal period for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't really know how else to spin it. It looked like they hadn't returned from that 5-game road trip quite yet. They're going to have to turn things around in a pretty drastic fashion in order to get back into this game.
Yeah, the Maple Leafs are not known for quick starts so far this year, and I guess traditionally they've had slower starts to the season even. But a 2-0 deficit on your first game back after being on the road for 5 straight. I mean, it's understandable, but it's not acceptable. Like it's an 8 o'clock start for both teams. It's sluggish, but you want to get home and you want to like put the crowd up for something. You got a home game before you go back on the road on Thursday. It was a pretty lackluster effort, and it wasn't inspiring from top to bottom.
No, and it's one of those things where it's like, of course that happened. I mean, Andreas Englund has played in the NHL for parts of 6 seasons. He's played in 88 games. He has scored 0 goals. And yet in this one, to welcome the Maple Leafs back to Scotiabank Arena, he scores his first career NHL goal. It was an unfortunate bounce to beat Joseph Woll. Got a little deflection, a favorable deflection, off the stick of Mark Giordano. But we talk about revenge spots all the time. How about milestone spots? I mean, you do not expect a guy like Andreas Englund to join the rush, but to score a goal in this one. Sometimes it's like that for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And if it's not revenge, it is first, at least tonight, with the Los Angeles Kings and Andreas Englund scoring his first career goal.
Kind of weird to keep the puck 6 seasons after you started playing in the NHL, but it goes on the mantle nonetheless.
Self-deprecation's a beautiful thing. I'm sure he'll keep that there.
He'll keep that thing. He'll put it up on a frame or on his mantle, and you won't remember that it took 6 years, but that's great for him.
Great for him. So maybe on his way to being a Leaf killer, but one of the cemented Leaf killers is Phil Deneau. At least he was a part of the torture with the Montreal Canadiens a couple years ago. But it's not even about Phil Deneau in that 2-0 goal. It's about the fourth line. I mean, the on-ice goal differential now for one Ryan Reeves is 0-6 so far in parts of 9 games. And the fourth line getting caught out, icing the puck, and falling asleep a little bit defensively. I mean, it's just not a great look. And again, we can continue to have
But he brings a lot of good vibes, Justin.
Yeah, there's a good social video. Toronto Maple Leafs today, you're
scaring everyone.
You're scaring everyone, and you're getting clicks and likes and retweets and all that great stuff. But eventually it can't be negatives all the time on the sheet of ice. And it's 0-6 now for Ryan Reeves. And we are 8 and 1 period into his career as a Maple Leaf.
I think that if this game continues at this pace and the Maple Leafs are down another couple goals, we could see him maybe dropping the gloves to get a little bit better in the good graces here in terms of the on-ice Corsi and statistics. Not looking great for Ryan Reeves. But the Maple Leafs with a slow start here to begin a 1-game homestand on Halloween night with the LA Kings wearing these crazy silver buckets. Like, I guess if there's one night to wear it, it's Halloween. It's a costume.
I suppose. I'm for them. I don't know. I'm surprised. You're like the jersey nut. You like sports at that
Justin.
aesthetic, and this is just like another way to be a little bit different. I think they look pretty good. Would have liked to see Wayne Gretzky in these about 25 years ago.
I mean, he'd look good in whatever he wore because he's that good at hockey.
Yeah, the Jofa looked good on him.
It did look good. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with a couple more thoughts on the first period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NHLShop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League. And Canada's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear. With unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot, you're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations.
From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience a new level of luxury at Williamsburg Green. Your new single-family home will have all the modern features you dream about, even a fully finished lower level. Kitchener's newest master plan community with bike trails, parks and a new library. Williamsburg Green has it all. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Justin Cuthbert and Ailish Forfar here for you for the next couple minutes before we send it to Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph. Maple Leafs down 2-0 after 20 minutes to the LA Kings, and it's a Halloween night, and it was a spooky, spooky start. Before we get into our final thoughts, let's take a look around the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds. Find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Not the busiest night in the NHL. In fact, there's only one game ongoing, and we've been watching it. LA Kings up 2-0, of course, on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Nashville Predators will be in Vancouver later on tonight. It's been a hot start for the Vancouver Canucks. 5-2-1 on the season, just 2 games, as I mentioned, but Game 4 of the World Series is ongoing, and the Texas Rangers are up 5-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks. So, a short scoreboard watch, but all eyes, I guess, on the Kings and Maple Leafs.
Last time we did a scoreboard watch, it was the game night that every single NHL team was in action. So this is a little bit of an easier one for you, eh?
Yeah, it was a lighter lift, for sure.
You're mailing it in.
Yeah.
Like the Maple Leafs to start the first period.
Some shifts, sorry. Yes, exactly. That was, I had a Leaf-like opening frame there.
It's all good. Player notes that were sent to us. David Kampf leads the Maple Leafs with 2 shots. Okay. And Morgan Riley leads the Maple Leafs in ice time with 7 minutes and 53 seconds.
Maybe it's coming from David Kampf then. Not to say that maybe he's trying to reverse that. No, he's on the third line now, of course. So he's got more of a offensive focus now that he's been elevated from that fourth line away from Ryan Reeves. Not calling him an anchor, but it has been a tough start for that fourth line, no matter who's on it. So maybe David Kampf's got one tonight, given that he's had a decent start. But the comparisons are not all that lofty.
Maybe it took the Maple Leafs just 20 minutes to get back home, to get settled, to realize the game was at 8 p.m. because it's a little bit of a later start. So those are factors that might have played into the Maple Leafs having a slow start after 5 games on the road a later start.
You tell us, Forfar. You've been on some road trips. You've come home. You've played some games after.
Sluggish feelings, for sure.
What do you got to do to eliminate that sluggishness? What do you have to do once you reset
it would have been nice to get the first goal.
Oh, you got to reset now. So what do you do when you have to reset?
You go in there, you kick over a garbage can, spray a little Gato down the back, and you get out there.
Gato down the back, eh?
Yeah, just, you
don't reserve just water for the down the back move?
At that point, whatever's coldest, usually.
Okay, cold, maybe
someone's
more important than the potential stickiness is just the temperature.
In that locker room, someone had to step up. All right. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph are stepping up next. They got the call. The second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well-positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Kerr. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The one thing I'd like to say about Makar, let's not put a ceiling on this guy in terms of historical context. Makar will, at some point, as he puts a few more notches on his belt, he'll enter the conversation. Is he already one of the 10 greatest defensemen ever? Have I seen anything like Makar? Maybe not, man. He's dangerous.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Oh, and a chance there by Bertuzzi. And it went wide of the net on the far post. Shot deflects it on goal, and Talbot got a pad in front of that. Played around back of the net for Tavares. Tavares in the corner. Had it knocked off his stick. Trying to get it away from Gavrikov. He comes to the side of the goal and unable to drag it in front to get it on the forehand. There was Bertuzzi. Cleared to the line, but the Leafs were able to keep it in. Good play by Giordano. Now the Kings do get it out. Trevor Moore works in over the line. Poked off his stick by Bertuzzi. Nylander trying to hustle after it, but Roy gets there. Then along the boards, Bertuzzi unable to help out. And the Kings have it up on the left wing side. Tripped in now by Philip Danault. And around back of the net.
Kings have come out a little bit better here to start the second period, but again, nothing clean cut as far as a scoring opportunity. Fired
into the zone by Toronto. As Lagesson got it into the corner. Now against the board, spinning around is Dubois. Nyes trying to control the puck. Camp trying to help out. Lagesson pinches. Nyes comes out of the corner with it. Got it in front of the net on a pass from Domi, but couldn't deliver a shot. Nyes along the boards. Still with it. Back for Domi as they cycle the puck. In now for Klingberg. A shot right on. Big rebound in front of the goal is pushed out at center by Los Angeles. Lagesson works back with a pass ahead. Brought back in by the Kings. Into the right wing side, and a whistling shot by LaFerriere went wide of the net. The Leafs have it again in their own zone. And Lagesson starts out. He'll play it down into Los Angeles territory. We played 3 minutes into the second period. Still 2-0 in favor of the LA Kings. Nice to hear some Kings fans are listening. Apparently Jimmy Fox's phone blew up on him. Back down into the King zone. It comes back to the blue line. Fed into the corner then by Pontus Holmberg. Reeves unable to come up with it. And the Kings start out now with a pass up on the left wing. Doughty. A pass to the right wing side, hit the linesman. Leafs dragging it along and getting it to the line, but couldn't get it much further as Holmberg goes to the bench. Doughty will send it down into the Toronto end. TJ Brody ahead for Riley. Right wing side, Matthews. Back for Riley, and he tipped it over top of the goal. Good effort there. Riley, sharp angle shot, deflects in front of the goal. Down is Talbot. And he just did find it before Marner and Yarncrook were right there looking for the loose puck. Maybe the best scoring chance the Leafs have had.
Yeah, and they've had a couple here in this period. First, there was a redirection by Tyler Bertuzzi that was stopped by Talbot. And then a tip by Morgan Riley just over the crossbar, and the nice feed from Austin Matthews. So they have been better to start, but need to be rewarded for it.
Yarncrook in against the board, was knocked down. Matthews trying to fish out a loose puck along the boards with a lot of sticks and skates in there. Marner goes in there as well. Pinching there was Liljegren. And Yarncrook tipping it now. Roy for the Kings plays to the far side. Leaf defense engaged, but the puck comes free. Kings skating it out at center. Brought in over the line and knocked down on the play, and there might have been a penalty there against Yarncrook. Comes in front of the goal, pass to the wing. What a save by Joseph Woll! He goes post to post. Roy keeping it in. Left wing side now for Danault. Boy, we saw the athleticism there, didn't we? Back of the net. Giordano can't come up with it. Yarncrook does. And a pass trying to spring Nylander, didn't connect. Tavares spotted Nylander just even with the defense at the blue line. Couldn't hit him. Klingberg around the board's far side. Dubois cuts it off. Tries to center. Another shot. Deflects. Tavares couldn't tip it out. Right wing side for Doughty. His shot into the chest of Wall and scoops up the rebound. And he'll hold it for a face-off in the Toronto end.
Well, important for a number of reasons for Joseph Wall to bail the Leafs out on that. Number one, you don't want to go down 3-0 here early in the second period. But number two, he bails out Mark Giordano as Giordano tried to make a little pass from behind the net out to Mitch Marner. It went right through the skates of Marner. And one pass later, there was a great scoring opportunity by Kaliev that Wall had to move quickly right to left to make a spectacular stop. Actually got a stick on it.
He got a lot over there.
Yeah. Well, he was perfectly square to it.
Yep. Leafs get it out at center. And a penalty coming here to Los Angeles. And it's going to go into the crowd and out of play on a errant pass, but the Leafs are going to get a man advantage here for the second time in the game.
Kevin Fiala, I believe, is the LA player that is going to be on with a tripping penalty.
2-minute minor penalty for tripping.
Well, we saw the game against the Nashville Predators. Came down to specialty teams. Ryan O'Reilly had a couple of power play goals. Willie Nylander had the power play goal for the Leafs, but the Leafs lost that game in overtime, so give up a couple of power play goals and then a goal 3-on-3 to end it.
Puck along the boards off a face-off win, but the Leafs trying to keep it alive. And then the Kings find it and are able to shoot it out and down the ice. Klingberg starting out of his own zone, played it up at center, dropped back to Matthews. With speed to Marner, across the line to Nylander. Cross-ice pass, Tavares a shot. Good glove save, knocked down by Talbot. And then he was able to cover up on the rebound.
Boy, I think Tavares might have been able, because there was a collision in the high slot between Austin Matthews and Trevor Lewis. And that really, if it was like a block in football, Tavares could have brought it in, another 15 feet before he launched it. So he shot from rather far out, and Cam Talbot was able to track it down and jump on the rebound.
Go out to the right of Talbot, leaves control. At the point, a shot by Klingberg. Goes high in the air, blockered into the corner, and then shot down the ice by Los Angeles. Kings' penalty kill this year is 9th in the league. They've given up 4 goals in 29 times shorthanded. Nylander dropping for Matthews. Works to the line to Marner. On the wing to Willie. Nylander drops for Klingberg. Tried to get it back to Nylander, and it's pushed out at center. And Klingberg will outrace Kopitar and get it back down in the Toronto end. But just 48 seconds left in the penalty.
Off the puck up. Sure makes you go a lot faster, doesn't it, when you get back?
Fastest guy on the ice is usually the one that gave it away. Into the corner for Domi. Second unit out for Toronto. Trying to play it into the corner now for Yarncrook. He can't get it back to Riley at the point. And it's brought by Trevor Moore through center. Moore trying to stick handle through. He did. And then tipped it to the net. And Wall stayed right with him and was able to make the save.
Nice one-on-one with Morgan Riley. And Trevor Moore credit, he slips it through the legs of Riley. Riley's still trying to play the body. Trevor Moore danced around him and got the scoring opportunity on Joseph Wall. Probably the best scoring chance we've seen so far in this league power play.
Riley in his own zone. Penalty has 16 seconds left in it. Liljegren drops for Yarncrook to Domi. Back to Yarncrook, back to Domi. And as he tried to split the defense, it was knocked away from him and played down into the Toronto end. The penalty will expire before the Leafs get it into the zone. Riley does. Fed off on the left wing. Bertuzzi around back of the goal. Works to the near corner. To the point to Domi. Down the wall goes Max. Max centers, but it was in behind Bertuzzi. And here are the Kings getting it out at center, and Bertuzzi's going to take a penalty. Wow. I don't know about this one either.
It might have been a bit of a dive, but
LaFerriere really looked like he was on the end of the diving board there.
Yeah, there have been some rather curious calls both sides so far.
So the Leafs go to the penalty kill and trail 2-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Bet365 doesn't do ordinary. That's why they've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
And a truck or two, and a truck or two, and a truck or two, and a truck. Take 2 men in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Long shot, deflects in front of the goal. They backhanded it into the net.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
A big penalty kill here for the Maple Leafs. Bertuzzi in the box for tripping, and I think I was right assessing it as a off the diving board.
Bertuzzi is trying to get a hold of the official. He's talking to him, going, look, it's right up on the video board.
Now, Kings on the power play. Fiala gets it back of the net. It bounces in front. And Marner is just going to swing it out and down the ice. He and Camp remain out there. Giordano and Brody. Kings work out of their own zone. To the line for Kempe. Offside, says the linesman. And we can tell you that Caleb Apperson and Bevan Mills are the linesmen. Kendrick Nicholson and Chris Rooney are the officials here tonight.
And this has hardly been a barn burner. The Leafs return after a 5-game road trip where they went 3-1-1. And as much as you can talk about it, and you think teams are prepared for it, they've got sleep doctors now. I mean, they've got all kinds of consultants. Huh.
Wouldn't you?
It's not really on my bucket list. No. I'm something I've been doing as a kid.
Really? Oh, okay.
I feel pretty comfortable with it now.
Oh, I'm glad. Yeah. Dowdy goes back into his own zone. How about a nutritionist? No, we don't need that.
They have a discount guy at the LCBO. That's how I've been able to sleep so well.
Brody gets the puck ahead. Marner is breaking as he comes to center with Camp. That was knocked down on the play, and now scrambling to the bench for an extra defender as it goes into the Leaf zone. Centering pass. Owen Wall makes an excellent glove save, and Giordano is leading the rush. Got it ahead for Nye, shooting it, and it went off a stick and well wide of the goal. Joseph Wall has made about 3 or 4 real good saves to keep it at 2-0. Centering pass, deflects to the far side. Another shot, scores! On the far side with 16 seconds left in the penalty, Arthur Kaliev snaps one in off the post and in, and that is an enormous goal.
Quentin Byfield, I thought, may have got a piece of this, but it seemed to go blocker's side on Joseph Wall, off the post and in, and this was a simple play. Dump it in. Liljegren lost the battle for the puck to Byfield in the corner to the right to Wall, and eventually it's worked out to the top of the circle to Wall's left, and that's where it was launched. And even that was a fortunate bounce. The pass. Morgan Riley might have provided a bit of a screen, but the Leafs are in big trouble now, down 3-0.
And are going to get a power play here.
No, I think the Leafs are going to be penalized here, Joey. And
nope. I was right. Nana, poo-poo.
Well, the refs were wrong because they blew the whistle when the Leafs touched the puck. They did when it was bouncing. I saw an LA player without a stick, so I thought there might have been a slashing call, but the Leafs, how important would you say this power play is if there's going to be any comeback in their future?
Critical.
And the other thing is, Joseph Wall, this is going to be very similar to when he came in Tampa. He's pretty much in overtime now.
9:58, the time of the interference call. Nylander to the point to Riley. Now to Matthews as Riley works the number 1 power play, and then Tavares steps out from the corner, and a good save there by Talbot. Matthews to Riley to Matthews again. Matthews works the near boards down into the corner. Tavares curls out. Down low for Matthews, and back of the goal he goes. Matthews tipping it to Tavares. Centering pass off a skate. And Marner couldn't do much with it. And the Kings are able to ice the puck.
Kings have been very aggressive in the penalty kill.
Interesting that Riley has taken over for Klingberg here on the first power play. Wow. Matthews and Riley got tangled up on the entry. And Riley almost was knocked down. Now Nylander steals. Works in on the left wing. Backhand try. Stopped on the short side. Cleared to the line and out by Los Angeles. And a whistle. Oh, mask of Cam Talbot apparently came off.
It's actually a break for the Leafs if they can get the face-off. Is it in the Toronto zone, or is this going to be at center? You would think, because Cam Talbot's responsible for the stoppage and play. It might be in LA zone, but I think the faceoff is going to come out to center ice. And the number 1 unit, once again, is gone.
Liljegren and Klingberg will work with Domi, Yarncrook, and Bertuzzi. 57 seconds left in the penalty. Domi won the draw, but it's corralled by Adrian Kempe, who's going to play it back. And Anderson now will shoot it into the Toronto end. Liljegren playing it back to the net for Klingberg. Klingberg drops for Yarncrook. Dished off for Domi. Domi through center to the line. Left wing feed for Bertuzzi. Into the corner, Yarncrook. Back of the net for Domi. Fed back to the point for Klingberg. Klingberg walks the line. No way to shoot it. Then when he did, it didn't make it through, and then it was deflected into the corner. Bertuzzi looked like he was being held there, but no call. Bertuzzi ringing the boards with it to the near side. Klingberg comes out of the scrum with it. Back into the middle of the ice. Left wing side. Shot into the chest of Talbot and smothered by the LA goalkeeper. And a face-off with 6 seconds left in the penalty coming in the LA zone. 8:08 left to play second period, and it's 3-0 for the LA Kings.
This is the longest the Leafs have gone without scoring a goal to open a game. And the last time the Leafs have been shut out, Joe, November 20th, 2021, at home against the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Shot was blocked, and the rebound is going to carry him all the way to center ice as the penalty is over. Flipped along the boards. We were just reminiscing a little bit. 8 o'clock start. Leafs and the LA Kings. And the last time this have happened, an 8 o'clock start between these two teams, was the playoffs in '93. The Leafs lost in 7 games to the Kings and Wayne Gretzky, who says that the best game he ever played was Game 7 at Maple Leaf Gardens. And the luckiest game he ever played was Game 6 in Los Angeles when he didn't get thrown out of the game for high-sticking Doug Gilmour. Kings start out of their own zone. They'll work it to center. Roy dropping it back. Dano with a shot, and down is Wall to cover up, and a face-off coming in the Toronto zone with 7:06 to play in the period, and a break in the action with the Leafs trailing 3-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
We are 8 weeks into the fantasy football season, and whether your team is in the race or ready to make the greatest comeback ever, Fantasy Sports Radio is ready to take you there.
It's more rewarding when you lose your first-round pick and you find a way to win anyway.
From start-sit advice to waiver pickups to so much more.
Zero concerns about Jalen Waddle. Stop complaining. Enjoy the fantasy points that are about to come.
Showtime! Make your move with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Here's our camp trying to get it in front, but it was knocked away.
Cheated.
Cheated or screwed by Hoven. A shot deflects high in the air to the near boards off of Joseph Wall. Kings trying to free it up in the corner. Fiala got it into the slot. A shot went just wide. Rebound on the near boards. Leafs get it out. Domi unable to get it into the offensive end. Shot right back down into the Toronto zone. And it's going to roll to the line and just go out. 6:20 left to play in the second period. The Kings have added a goal here to extend their lead to 3-0. Leafs get it through center. High stick making contact, but the Kings will control, and Doughty gets it in on the right side for the veteran Kopitar. Byfield after it in the far corner. Couldn't come up with it. A centering pass back to the point. Mickey Anderson closes, and a shot is swallowed up by Wall, with Liljegren helping out in front of the net.
By the way, the Leafs, we talked about how many games it's been since they've been shut out. Harmon's done the total. 200 games right on in almost 2 full years since Christian Jarry and the Pittsburgh Penguins banked the Leafs in this building by a 2-0 score.
Well, it's 3-0 now. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herwin. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Williamsburg Green is everything you want in a community. Enjoy fabulous trails, parks, playgrounds, sports areas, and more. Our beautiful all-brick homes include luxury features you've always dreamed of, even a fully finished lower level. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
All right, everyone, step up and down. Left foot, right foot, you're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey. On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face off in the Toronto zone to the right of Joseph Wall. We are back with you on Thursday night when the Leafs are in Boston to play the Bruins for the first time this year. Remember, everybody said, oh yeah, there'll be a big drop-off now. How's that working out? Puck along the boards is kicked out at center. Bertuzzi got it ahead, and Riley will knife it into the zone. Talbot playing it back for Doughty. Riley stepped up to try and keep it alive, and does. Took a shot that is gloved by Cam Talbot and whistled down. The Byfield draft, Stützle taken 3rd overall. Lafreniere, that was the Rangers' first pick. And I suppose if you had to do it all over, I think Stützle is the #1 pick, isn't he?
Well, a lot of guesswork went on when you don't get to see guys play a lot. I mean, now, certainly, with the scouting that they've got now, they can start by the time guys are 17 or 18. But pretty important time.
Shot taken there by Liljegren, deflected into the corner by Talbot. 16 shots apiece, but a 3-0 LA lead. Liljegren knocked his man down. The puck goes around back of the net. Roy chipping it along the boards. Matthews unable to come up with it. The difference was the first period. Now a 2-on-1 break for LA. Working in with a shot. Oh, and that whistled wide of the net as Lizotte let it go from the angle and didn't even think about using his man. Now Nylander in with a shot and a big save off of Matthews by Talbot. Matthews drops it back for Klingberg, but he couldn't handle the pass, and it's pushed to center by Lizotte and down into the Toronto end.
Klingberg had a rough shift, turned the puck over there, and he was the defenseman that got caught pinching when LA took off in the odd man rush.
Played into the near corner, and the Kings get it out. Long right wing pass, knocked out of the air by Lagesson, but it is cleared around back of the Toronto goal. Lagesson can't get it. It comes out all alone in front of the goal. Oh, and a shot over top of the net because Wall made a great push to get over there and force an unattended King to shoot it high. Puck comes free. Scramble in front of the Leaf goal. Camp trying to play it into the corner for Lagesson and does. Lagesson looks up ice for Domi. That didn't connect. Kings are back in their own zone. Englund, who scored his first NHL goal to open the scoring, jumping into the rush for Los Angeles in the first period. Played into the Toronto end. Round back of the net for Lagesson. William Lagesson finds Giordano. Pushed out at center. Knocked by Reeves in over the line. And Drew Doughty goes back of his own zone. Mickey Anderson gets it to center. Cleared into the corner. Morgan Riley ringing the boards. Noah Gregor. Where's the puck gone? Oh, there it is. Okay. Where did it go?
It went up a pant leg for a second.
Played by Doughty around on the boards in the LA zone now and cleared to center ice. Leafs Brody.
Well, even those D-to-D passes seem like a struggle for them tonight, don't they?
There's Brody to the line. Goes into the corner after a loose puck, chipping it back of the net. Reeves with a good hit to knock Doughty down. That got the crowd into it a little bit. And Doughty plays it up on the left wing side. Long shot high over top of the goal by Kopitar.
Oh, LA very nearly has too many men on the ice.
I laughed Doughty in interviewed and talking about Joe Thornton. Says the only fight he's had in the NHL was with Jumbo Joe. He says he got filled in. It's a good reason to stop. And you would think how much Doughty chirps that someone else would have wanted a piece of him. Here are the Kings in the offensive zone.
Think Ryan Reeves is safe after that hit?
I think so. Now into the slot area, a shot blocked, played off the boards, tripped up there was Liljegren. He's able to knock the puck down, but Bertuzzi couldn't come up with it. Kempe, far side, good cycling done here by the Kings. Centering pass, Byfield turns and a centering pass looking for Kempe, just failed to connect. But the Kings keep the puck alive. They're in the offensive zone. Still with it, Byfield. On the wing. Fans getting a little perturbed. Chance for Kempe. Back to the point. Anderson. Far side. Leafs hemmed in their own zone and haven't touched the puck. Klingberg kicks the puck free, but Liljegren didn't see it. Tavares unable to get it out. And it's going to come to center ice.
Crowd cheering now.
Moore will send it right back in, but the same group is still out there. Kings go a wrap around and try to come in front and was knocked away. Cleared but not out. Anderson left wing side with a half minute to go in the period. Anderson, far side. Left on the left wing side now for Danault. Danault back to the point. Doughty works to the middle. drops it off. Still with it, and a shot goes over top of the Leaf goal. Corralled on the far wing. Leafs hanging on by their thumbs here. Into the corner for Anderson. Centering pass is going to get out at center ice. And that mercifully will bring an end to the period.
It'll be interesting to see what that last shift cost the Leafs. Had to be, at least 145, 150?
Well, the high-paying customers are not happy with a 3-0 deficit after 2 periods of play.
Well, you can say buy a ticket, buy the right to express yourself, and the fans here certainly did. Hard to believe the Leafs are out shooting the Kings 18-17 as Toronto's best scoring opportunities have not even been shots on goal. And they haven't been that frequent either. And maybe if not for Joseph Wall, this could be a 5 or 6-0 game for the Kings.
13-10, the shots favoring Toronto in the second period. We'll ship it off to Eilish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner. All the viral songs from TikTok's For You page.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know.
All on one Sirius XM channel.
I let all that get to my head. I don't care. I paint the town red.
Presented by creators like me.
On TikTok Radio.
TikTok Radio.
Listen now on Channel 4 and the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. He had all these good players around him. Hey, wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
With their Stretch Lease program. Lease the 2024 UX 250 Hybrid Premium Package from just $538 per month for 28 months. Vivid season, vast drives. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A proud member of Wayne's Auto Group.
Did you receive a Canada Emergency Business Account loan and want to take advantage of up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness, but might struggle to meet the January 2024 repayment deadline? The Merchant Growth CEBA Refinance Program is the solution. With financing for merchant growth, eligible CEBA applicants can pay off their balance by qualifying in minutes. Refinance your CEBA loan balance now to unlock up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness. Apply today at CEBARefi.ca. That's CEBAREFI.ca.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Monte Carlo Inns would like to thank the many of you for visiting our hotels over the last several months. Monte Carlo Inns is very proud of our Made in Canada brand and are delighted to continue to be your home away from home for quality accommodations and functional meeting facilities in Southern Ontario. To save on your next stay with us or to book your next event space, book directly at MonteCarloInns.com.
Monte Carlo Inns.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Shift cost the Leafs Had to be, at least 145, 150?
Well, the high-paying customers are not happy with a 3-0 deficit after 2 periods of play.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Justin Cuthbert and Ailish Forfar here for you during the second intermission as the Leafs trail 3-0 after 2 periods. And it is Halloween, but that's not why they were booing.
No, it was not. It was the lackluster performance, I think. I think that's what they were booing at Scotiabank Arena. This is a surprisingly awful game and performance from the Toronto Maple Leafs. I guess you could maybe understand the first. What I guess I don't understand how it got worse in the second period. Like I don't think it was even fractionally better from the first to second period. It looks like they are the second best team by a mile, and that 3-0 scoreboard or score line is actually favorable for them. 200
games between shutouts. The last time they were shut out was November 21st, 2021 versus the Penguins at 2-0. That's exactly 200 games ago, counting for the playoffs for both. Thanks to Armin for those stats. And they also have not been shut out through 2 periods so far this season. So this is like the perfect storm of bad right now. If there's any time for Sheldon Keefe to get that blender from underneath the sink and turn it on, I think it's going into this third period. Like there's nothing working right now with these lines. It is a mess. It is like uninspired, boring hockey. They need to mix it up, because I don't think anyone's excited to watch a third period like that.
Well, I'm sure this performance is testing Sheldon Keefe's patience when it comes to that blender, because we've seen the blender broken out in far better situations for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He is usually very, very quick with it. I'm sure there'll be some type of response, but at the same time, I think he wants to see what this, maybe not a group of 4 lines, but at least 3 looks like for an extended period of time. I think he would like to give it some run.
He's done it for like 3 or 4 games now.
And it has looked pretty good, though, for 3 or 4 games. And they've hit a wall here. So I don't know if you want to make that move now. I guess we're going to find out soon to start the third period.
I would bet you a handful of Halloween candy that they switch some lines up in the third.
How drastic?
Enough that it's a switch and I get the candy.
So okay. If there's any
changes,
you'll get the candy.
2 different players move to a different spot.
How about, can I sell you on one?
Yeah.
What if they just split Matthews and Marner?
Yeah, then that's kind of,
because I guess that would be 2 changes, because there's got to be a corresponding change. But if I'm trying to make a statement, I have seen absolutely nothing from those 2 tonight. And Mitch Marner, I know the points are there. I know that you can't say he's having an unproductive season. He might be on track for career best if you want to extrapolate a small sample and look at a whole season. But he has not been the dynamic Mitch Marner that you would expect this entire season just yet. And if there's a message to be sending to anyone, I mean, if I'm doing the one-person thing, if I want to circle, if I want to point someone out, maybe it's time to point that way. Because, Nylander has not looked like Nylander. And Matthews hasn't looked like Matthews.
Let's bump
and
Matthews.
Tavares hasn't looked like Tavares.
Up with Matthews. I want to see Nyes and Matthews.
I'd be okay with that.
The Arizona kids make something happen.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think making Max, Domi, you're not playing well. We're going to have to make a change with you. No, I think it should start from the top, because this is a top-down performance in a bad way. And I think if you're going to send a message, doing it at the margins isn't enough.
Joseph Wall has been pretty good that second period. He made a couple big saves for the Maple Leafs to keep them within 3 goals, which sounds crazy enough. But clearly the offense has not shown up. It might still be on the road trip. Might still be at Tootsie's in Nashville on Saturday night.
Yeah, and just to end the period there, what was like 2 minutes? At least it felt like sustained pressure for the LA Kings.
I think that they went almost 5 minutes there at the end of the period without a break, without a stoppage.
Without a whistle, yeah.
And most of that was in the Maple Leafs end. It was sloppy. They could not get the puck out of their own zone. Pretty tough for Joseph Wall, but he kept them within 3 as they went off the ice for the second period. We'll take a quick break.
Yeah,
we'll come back on the other side. A couple more thoughts on the second, and we'll look around the NHL scoreboard. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
They say the game starts when the puck is dropped, right? Wrong. NHL Preplay, presented by Bet99.ca, is the game before the game. It's the free-to-play daily NHL Pick'em game. So how's it work? Every game day before the puck is dropped, answer up to 10 questions and earn points for a chance to win $100,000. It's that easy. Score big with the game before the game. Play today on the NHL app or at nhl.com/preplay.
Take 2 minute truck, 2 minute truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 minute truck, 2 minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick homes are built with upgraded features and elevated finishes. Chef-inspired kitchens, spa-like en-suites, and a fully finished lower level. Even better, Williamsburg Green has parks, playgrounds, and trails to explore. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Nice has tied the game, but a brilliant play by Max Domi
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Most Leafs Hockey, Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Schwarfar, Justin Cuthbert for the next couple minutes before we send it to the third period. The only piece of blender news that we did see was that John Klingberg is no longer on the top power play unit.
We believe. Now, that might have been sort of due to the run of play, but there was a power play in the second period for the Toronto Maple Leafs in the latter half. And it was not John Klingberg on PP1. It was John Klingberg on PP2. Morgan Riley goes back to where he played the majority of last season, I guess the last couple seasons. Is that first and foremost at the front of the issue
no.
right now? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe this is something that's been boiling and simmering and just something that Sheldon Keefe has been looking at for a bit here. But in terms of like the issues for the Maple Leafs, maybe that would be farther down my list. But yeah, something to watch here because Klingberg did play was on the ice on the shift right before the power play began. So it might have just been due to that, but we'll see if there has been, in fact, a change for sure with the power play units in the third period if the Maple Leafs can get back on the power play.
Let's take a look around the NHL. Not a lot of action on, but this NHL scoreboard is presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Yes, we have to extend it to beyond the NHL scoreboard to the sports scoreboard because there is only one game ongoing. The LA Kings, of course, are up 3-0 on the Toronto Maple Leafs, and we are still waiting on puck drop on Sportsnet 1 with the Vancouver Canucks hosting the Nashville Predators. That starts at 10.
Ryan O'Reilly's 1,000th game.
There you go. He's just keeping himself
he'll probably
in
get a
the news this week. And also the World Series Game 4, the Texas Rangers up 10-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's been a good night for the Rangers bats.
It's only bottom of the fifth, too.
Adolis Garcia.
Wow. All right, well, get this other game going because folks watching this one need a little action. They need a little action. 3-0. Unfortunately, the Maple Leafs trailing with a mountain to climb here for this third and final period. I think getting on the scoreboard within the first couple minutes would be a great start. Work your way back into it. Joseph Woll's looked like he's been pretty steady since the first period. So I just think that a little bit of a blender action might help the Maple Leafs get some new chemistry going.
Yeah, if not 2 points, at least some progress, something meaningful, something to hold on to in the third period would be lovely. It'd be great for the folks in Leaf stock. We're going to have to break this one down after the game. But yeah, just something to cut into lead, something to make the game and the night feel a little bit better. Maybe a little protection of Joseph Woll to make sure that despite a pretty good performance, it's not a regrettable scoreline for him as well.
The only thing the Maple Leafs are winning in right now are outshooting the Kings 18-17. So
they are actually up on the deserve to win-o-meter, which tells you all you need to know about the deserve to win-o-meter.
All right, the Maple Leafs trail 3-0 after 2 periods at Scotiabank Arena on Halloween night. Let's hope things get a little less spooky in the third. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call of the third period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Tua continues to impress. This is a good-looking offense. I'm always jealous, and I'm not a part of it.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles. Everyone in the ballpark know he's getting the ball, and you still can't stop.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes joins us.
We'll continue to get better and better as an offense.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league has talked about right now as far as net guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Steller. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Points with Boomer Gordon.
The one thing I'd like to say about Makar, let's not put a ceiling on this guy in terms of historical context. Makar will, at some point, as he puts a few more notches on his belt, he'll enter the conversation. Is he already one of the 10 greatest defensemen ever? Have I seen anything like Makar? Maybe not, man. He's dangerous.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well-positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Years of age, played on a line with Rod Shutt, Wes Jarvis, scored 3 times. Kings get it down into the Leaf zone. That first unit had everybody loaded up on it with Nylander, with Matthews and Marner, but nothing developed, and it shot back down into the Toronto zone. Into the corner, shot by Moore, turned aside on the short side by Wall. A puck back to the point. Long shot whistled over top of the goal. Bounces in front of the net. And the Leafs just do get it out at center ice. Bertuzzi unable to reach it. Puck regrouped by Toronto. They'll send it high into the left wing corner. Get a change of players started. The Kings with a 3-0 lead here in the third period. Klingberg took it away from his man and feeds it off on the wing, and Lagesson will get it out at center and down in on goal. Talbot scooping it aside. Kings back at the net with it now. Englund got it to the line but not out. Kept alive by David Camp. Domi took a shot from a sharp angle. It bounded off the chest of Cam Talbot, but he was able to glove it and bring a stoppage of play.
Talbot's had a relatively easy night, even this one from a fairly sharp angle, the left wing circle. Max Domi just launches it towards the net, and Talbot easily takes it off the chest and then scoops up the loose puck before it can bounce the ice.
Now you can almost hear the post-game comments. Long road trip, tough to get energy, play well in the first game home. Someone should have an answer for that. Here's a pass in now in front of the goal, and a good save made by Talbot as David Camp was sent in there by Nyes. Nyes to Camp. Camp trying to split the defense but had it knocked away. And Doughty will just get it out at center. Oh, good hit by the linesman. He blew up Blake Lizotte, and now it's offside.
Boy, you know, Drew Doughty should get an interference penalty here. As I believe, trying to think of which Leaf it was trying to get out of the zone. And Doughty did his best to keep him in, and that's what forced the offside. It was David Camp that tried to get out, Joe, after that opportunity, and Nylander would have had a chance. But Doughty runs interference, keeps the Leaf in the zone.
Caleb Apperson, the linesman, had one of the best hits of the game.
Yeah, and that was the linesman that should have been called the offside.
Shot into the King zone. Matthews unable to reach it. Pinching down is Giordano. Centering pass is going to go all the way back out at center. Liljegren back pedals in his own zone. Got it up to Giordano. Fed ahead for Marner. To the line and in. Rung around the boards. It'll come to the near side. Nylander got a piece of his man, but the man got the puck out at center ice. Changes coming for Toronto. Morgan Riley launches it into the zone. Ryan Reeves in against the boards. Had it in his skates. Didn't realize it. Fed around to the far side. Grundstrom for the Kings can't come up with it. Nylander seeing extra duty. Got it in front of the goal. Couldn't get a shot away. And the Kings are going to get it out into neutral ice and down into the Leaf end.
Kings are very aware of who's on the ice, so very content. Chip it out, chip it in, and get the Matthews line off.
Puck along the boards. And pinned there in the near corner in the Toronto zone. We'll let you know when it pokes its head free. Now it does. Kings get it back to the point. Spence unable to get a shot away. Swings it back to the half wall. Pontus Holmberg tied up his man. Leafs fourth line in a defensive coverage again. Centering pass. Owen Reeves did well to tie up the stick of Grundstrom in front of the net. Kept in at the blue line now by Los Angeles. But the Leafs still with their fourth line out here trying to play defense, and a long shot was knocked down by Wall, and Riley has it now in his own zone.
A lot of Leafs have had trouble. The fourth line, though, has really spent a lot of time in their own end, including the second goal of the game.
Shot into the King zone. Back in the net, Talbot. Played into the corner. Spence got it to the line and out at center ice. Matt Roy will Send it to the Leaf blue line, and it's brought back by Klingberg, but he couldn't get into the offensive end. Now Domi does, and then has the puck stripped away from him. Max Domi really is struggling. He could use a goal just to get his confidence going, and now he plays it around back of the net, but Tavares couldn't reach it. Lagesson kept it in, but it doesn't reach the captain. Lagesson pinching again, backed up by Nyes. The scrum is on the boards, just the top of the circle.
I think the crowd likes this.
Not a lot, no. The puck comes free. Nyes, right wing side. Klingberg doesn't shoot it. Works to the middle. Now got a shot away, and it was blockered away by Calvin Talbot. Brought out at center. Right wing side. Philip Danault with a shot that went wide of the Leaf net. Puck back in the Toronto end, and
I think the Leafs are getting the penalty, and I think it's going to be Max Domi.
11.
Toronto, 2 minutes roughing.
And it's a roughing call. And if you can read lips, Max Domi, I believe, said, "For what?" And this is the last thing that can read lips. Max Domi, I believe, said, "For what?" And this is the last thing the Leafs need right now. 14:07 to go, down 3-0 here in the third. And this is the last thing the Leafs need right now. 14:07 to go, down 3-0 here in the third period, trying to get something.
Shot, good blocking arm save made by Joseph Woll. Shot, good blocking arm save made by Joseph Woll. On the right wing, back to the point once, blocking arm save made by Joseph Woll. On the right wing, back to the point once more for Kempe. Back into the slot. Fiala shot, good blocking arm save made by Joseph Woll. Back to Fiala once more at the left point. Into the slot. Fiala shot, good blocking arm save made by Joseph Woll. Back to Fiala once more at the left point. Into the slot. Back to Fiala once more at the left point. Woll. Back to Fiala once more at the left point. Into the slot. Back to Fiala once more at the left point. Into the slot. Made there by the Leafs goaltender. And it is iced. Made there by the Leafs goaltender. And it is iced. It was 16 seconds left to go in the power play.
Well, that's a good night for me.
Yes. We're back with the Leaf power play and a 3-0 LA lead. You're listening to Molten.
I was right. One wrong tonight.
You know what? That's not a bad average.
Well, that's a good night for me.
Yes. We're back with the Leaf power play and a 3-0 LA lead. You're listening to Molson.
For the World Series as the Arizona Diamondbacks look to even things up as they host the Texas Rangers on MLB Network Radio. Live coverage from Phoenix on now, followed by conversation and recap of the matchup. It's on your home for the Fall Classic, Sirius XM Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Up starting kind of last year and into this year, they are well positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Game here last year before he got hurt was ticketed to playing in his 1,000th game tonight for the Nashville Predators.
It's always odd. We've seen some Leafs do that where guys have just come in and played their 1,000th game in a very short stint.
Leafs win the faceoff. Riley to the middle of the ice, back at the point. Lets the shot go, but it went wide of the goal. Marner trying to fend off a man, works into the middle of the ice. Down low for Tavares, closing, off the goalpost. No, he scores! John Tavares. Boy, that came out so fast, I thought it hit the post. But it just caught the inside webbing and snapped it right back out.
And still plenty of time to go. 11:35, and the Leafs are on the board. And what's amazing about this show, this is short side. Willie Nylander goes to the front of the net. And John Tavares in the left wing circle looks up, and then fires it. Past Cam Talbot's blocking glove and his right shoulder, and the Leafs are on the board on their 23rd shot of the game. 201 games now without being shut out.
Well, let's see if here's Matthews closing in, and it was knocked off his stick, and out come the Kings to center. Played in on goal. Whoa, a bouncing puck off the goal post. Wall had that bounce over his stick. Well, it's got the crowd engaged. Nylander through the defense, and a shot is kicked away by Talbot. Matthews back of the goal. Still with it. In his skates. Marner digs it out for him. Back to the point. Long shot, well wide of the goal, over top of the net. Marner will corral on the far point. Sends it to the near corner. Giordano had it bounce over his stick. And he can't keep it in, and the Kings will shoot it down into the Toronto zone.
And number 44, Morgan Riley.
So Nylander doesn't get a point, but the Leafs are on the board. At the blue line, Giordano, a shot. Glove save made by Talbot and held. For John Tavares, goal number 5. And ironically, first goal on the power play.
Yeah. Last year, it seemed like the majority of his goals, especially early in the season, came with the extra man. But for the Leafs in this game, they were just 9 for 28 coming in.
Kings will get the puck out at center. And Kempe gets it to the Leaf zone and in. Morgan Riley plays it off the boards for Domi, who got it out at center. Tavares couldn't get it any further. Shot back into the Toronto end. Riley circles the net. Reverses the puck for Klingberg. Klingberg got it ahead for Domi. Quickly played off on the wing, and Nyes couldn't handle the pass. Played back into the Toronto zone. Centering feed, and it was deflected just wide of the far post. Back in the net is Kempe. Tied up by Klingberg. Leafs dig the puck free. And it is David Camp coming to center. Camp sends a long shoot in and an easy glove save for Talbot, which stops play with 9:24 left to play in the third. The Leafs are on the board, but down 2 You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick single-family homes come with a long list of features you've always dreamed of. Gourmet kitchens, freestanding tubs, and even fully finished lower levels. Dare to compare and you'll see why it's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
What a brilliant move by Willie Nylander, and we have a tie game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
9 minutes and 24 seconds to go in the third period. And the Maple Leafs on the board, but trailing 3-1. Face-off will be to the right of Cam Talbot. And third period brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today. Marner's shot blocked. Rebound shot wide of the goal by Riley. Nylander in the far corner. Cycles it back behind for Matthews. Does a great job centering. And Marner on a knee slashed that shot wide of the goal. Riley couldn't keep it in. 2-on-1 going the wrong way. And it's shot wide of the goal by Dubois. Leafs counter. Matthews in. Dropping for Riley. Centering pass. Matthews couldn't tip it home. Nylander keeping it in at the blue line. Works down the left wing boards. Nylander cutting for the net. Centered in front. Hauled down in front of the goal was Riley. More of the officials in the stands agree.
One ref has his arm up. We might have an updated total on the shutout streak. Garmin 154, not including playoffs. So.
All right.
The regular season. 154. Morgan Riley was taken down, but might have been bellished just slightly. Tavares now out with Domi and Matthew Nyes. And we might be down to 2 lines to finish this game. 8:32 to go.
Face-off scrum comes back to the point. Giordano, far side. Brody keeps it in. A one-timer by Domi deflected wide. Kings get it out at center. Nice move here by Fiala to get in with a shot. Good bad save made there by Wall. Tavares for Domi. Domi in over the line. Left wing side. Giordano. Oh, and a bouncing puck went just by Tavares, or he had an empty net.
And like the Leafs at this point, get everything to the net. 8:02 to go. That's 28 shots total.
Pardon me. Wrong button.
Yeah, that one always makes you cough.
Yeah.
Face-off will be in the center ice area. To like this, even Giordano throw it to the net. Actually hits Matthew Nyes and just skips past John Tavares, who would have had an empty net had he been able to corral it.
Marner and Riley assist on the Tavares goal. Here the Kings in with a shot just wide. The rebound in front of the net. They score. A bouncing puck comes in front of the net. And the Kings restore the 3-goal lead, courtesy Adrian Kempe.
And that'll get people going to the Halloween parties earlier. And as Legason just tried to make a simple play from behind the net to Klingberg in the corner. But Klingberg missed it. And then everybody spun away from the middle of the ice. First shot went wide. Rebound was tipped off the backboards across the goal line. Quentin Byfield was the one that took the shot. Rebound off the boards was chipped back out behind Joe Wall. And for Joseph Wall, as good as Ilya Samsonov was last year on home ice, Joseph Wall's numbers have been, he's undefeated on the road in his early NHL career.
Riley brings it back into the zone, got it in front. There was a couple of leads there, but no one could get their stick on it. Camp will play it down into the zone. Noah Gregor went after the loose puck. Doughty has broken his stick. He's hustling to the bench for a change. And the puck goes up into the screen and out of play. Huge goal from Kempe for sure, as the Leafs were pressing. But this game, if it's going to be lost, it's going to be lost in the first period.
Yeah, Leafs just didn't come out and gave up a couple of goals, but 5 minutes apart in the opening period. Goals by England and Deneau, and Kaliev scored in the second. Mars made it 3-1, but Kings have restored this 3-goal lead here in the third.
Draw one by Toronto at the point. Giordano's shot was blocked. And here the Kings in across the line. Moore got it in on the wing, and a shot was blocked away by Wall. Scooped around into the corner again. Coming out of it is Trevor Moore. Played back to the point. Long shot. That deflects wide of the Leaf net. Domi unable to come up with it. And when it does squirt free, it's Giordano. Left wing feed for Domi. Domi trying to slide it in for Tavares, but it got away from him. And Talbot's going to cover up. And a stoppage of play. 6:43 left to go in the third period.
Still does amaze me, though, how a team can come out flat and it's all 20 players. It's not like we can sit here and say, well, one guy had a good game or four guys played pretty well. We've got 20 guys that have really struggled. But the legs just aren't there. Like you said, there's...
Nylander's shot was blocked. The rebound. Back of the net for Marner. Marner holds, centering pass intercepted nicely by Adrian Kempe and played to center ice. One man back. In over the line, Byfield trying to close in, and the shot went wide, centered again. And Wall was able to get a blocking glove on that. Riley got it out. Byfield got it back in. Kempe sends it in. Changes here for Todd McClellan's team. Jim Hiller, familiar face in behind the LA bench as well. Up on the right side now for Fiala. Going to play it back into his own zone. 5:52 to go in the third. And the Leafs are really in need of a lot of good things happening very quickly. Bertuzzi can't get into the zone. And it'll force Klingberg back into his own zone. Fed ahead for Liljegren. Backhanded it to the line, but didn't get it in deep. Kings are easily able to get it out at center ice. Kempe's goal is from Kopitar and Byfield. Shot in by Liljegren. Delayed offside. Leafs tag up. 5 minutes left in the third. And the Kings another 3-goal lead, 4-1. Bouncing puck onto the slot. Now Lizotte with a shot. And Karam's off a stick. Finds the screen out of play. Kings 4, Leafs 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
We are 8 weeks into the fantasy football season, and whether your team is in the race or ready to make the greatest comeback ever, Fantasy Sports Radio is ready to take you there.
It's more rewarding when you lose your first-round pick and you find a way to win anyway.
From start-sit advice to waiver pickups to so much more.
Zero concerns about Jalen Waddle. Stop complaining. Enjoy the fantasy points that are about to come.
Showtime! Make your move with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well-positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs Radio Network.
4 minutes and 52 seconds left to play here in the third period. And the LA Kings that are starting out on a road trip.
4-game trip for them, which is kind of a weekend away for the Kings. West Coast teams have the horrible travel schedule.
Giveaway here by Gregor, and the shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Wow, he put it right under the stick of Trevor Moore. Now Camp to the line and in. Linesman looked like he was going to blow it offside, then didn't. Camp against the boards. Yarncrook holds, still with it. Now sends it around the boards to the near wing. Riley pinches to get it in front with a shot. And it's going to slide in to Cam Talbot, who will stop play.
The Leafs need a miracle in Manchester, don't they?
Ooh, they're good. They're good.
Yeah,
and the hero of that is in the house.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
I actually thought of that before I thought of Miracle in Manchester.
Oh, did you?
Daryl Evans, who does... Well, now is doing TV. The Kings simulcast their games on TV and radio. But Daryl Evans off a face-off won by Doug Smith. Blasted it past Grant Fuhr. LA, and that was a playoff game.
Yes, it was.
Trailed 5-0 after the second.
Long shot kicked away by Talbot. And the Kings, Matt Roy, is going to get it out and launch it down into the Toronto end. It'll roll right in on goal. And Joseph Wall will stop play and bring a face-off in the Leaf zone.
I'll tell you one thing, though. Daryl Evans, who wore the gold and purple of the LA Kings back when they had that series against the Edmonton Oilers, who would have thought those would be the most boring colors Daryl Evans would ever wear?
Isn't that got the nice leather outfit going on tonight?
Yeah, he's
the bow tie.
Yeah, he's the Don Cherry of California for sure.
He's a fashion mogul. There's no two ways about that.
Well, even when we played together in the American League in Newmarket, he'd be a 12-hour bus ride, and he'd still have his shirt and tie on the whole time. Everybody else would be in the sweatpants, and Daryl Evans would sit, have the tie, and have the high collars, too.
Close hound. Yep. The rest of you guys could have taken a lesson. Here's Marner in with a shot. That was deflected wide. Talbot plays it up to Byfield. And Byfield will get it out at center ice. Kempe will slide it into the Toronto zone. The Kings have an easy bit of strategy going here. Get it in, get it out. And they have it again, and they have it out. LaFerriere in on the left wing, going wide. Around back to the Toronto goal, a centering pass on a backdoor play. Didn't connect, and the Leafs will play it off the boards to center, and you were right about the Halloween parties, if in fact they're still going on. Along with the late start and the late ending, a lot of people are headed for the exits. And we got a penalty here.
I think Max Domi's going back to the box, and then Dubois takes a shot at John Tavares. After the fact, Dubois was going to the bench and then came back. If Tavares, a little bit of a shot, then Laferriere comes in and grabs Tavares. But Max Domi's going right to the room. 2:45 to go, 4-1.
Toronto number 11's got a minor penalty for cross-checking and attempting a misconduct.
I'll take that. And that'll put an exclamation mark on this loss. A couple of penalties by Max Domi here in the third period that, to be kind, you would say were unnecessary. Roughing penalty, now a cross-checking penalty, and a misconduct will have him out for the remainder of the game. And you would like to say, even though the Leafs are out shooting the Kings 31-26, that Cam Talbot has been the difference in this game, but he hasn't.
No, not even remotely. So the Kings go to their fourth power play opportunity, and a point shot is drilled into the chest of Wall by Drew Doughty.
17-15.
Boy, you can see the frustration on Max Domi, though, can't you?
Yeah. Thought after he had the 2 assists in the third period, setting up Matthew Nyes in Tampa for that comeback win, seemed to be a little more confidence go to him. And in the last couple of games, it seems like, again, it's been a bit of a struggle for him as he continues to look for his first goal of the season.
Kings get it down into the Leaf zone, stolen back by Toronto, and Brody will send it down the ice. 2:16 left to play in the third period. Fourth power play of the game for the Kings. If they can't get it into the zone cleanly, they'll regroup it back in their own end. Doughty taking his time, coming to center. Another Ontario product. And back into the zone, even deeper goes Philip Danault. Now to Doughty. Kings are quite content just to take their time doing this and work the clock with 1:39 left to play. Now Nyes steals but can't get it in front of the goal. And the Kings are going to counterattack now and bring it to the lead blue line. Brought in on the right side by Moore. Trying to drop it back. Comes back to the point. Walking the line with it is Gavrikov to the near side on a shot. Whistles over top of the net from Kaliev. But kept in at the far point.
Can he fire the puck?
Moore back of the goal center. Is blocked into the near corner. Morgan Riley will send it down the ice. 18 seconds left in the penalty.
This might be the biggest ovation you'll hear tonight. Yep.
I think the goal. I'll go with the goal.
I think it was pretty close.
All right. Right wing side, left. Perrier sends it around the boards.
There's half as many people here.
Well, that's true. That's true. At the blue line, long shot off a stick, grabbed by the Leafs. And Giordano fans on his attempted clear, but got it ahead to Tavares. Now to Holmberg, and a backhand is stopped easily by Talbot. 24 seconds. It would appear that Willie Nylander is going to have to share the record for most points to start a regular season, because he is not going to extend it here by any stretch of the imagination. So Frank Mahovlich, Lanny McDonald, John Anderson, and William Nylander at 8 games. And time for our Molson 3 stars. Who have you got, Mr. Ralph?
Well, let's go Quentin Byfield. Star number 1, picked up a couple of assists on the night. It was great. I'm going to throw in Cam Talbot for star number 2. Is at the very least didn't give up anything weak that would allow the Leafs to get back into this game. And star number 3, I'm going to go Adrian Kempe. I just thought he was noticeable all night. You'd like to throw a Leaf in there somewhere, but I think when you lose 4-1 on home ice and we're never really involved in the game, you've got to give it to LA. It is amazing how we talked about the first game at home after a long road trip, and you try to fight that, but there is something to it, isn't there? Where there just seems to be some sort of energy that's lacking.
All of the analytics and all of the support staff and all of the other people that are around hockey teams now, how no one has figured that out, I have no idea on how to combat it.
Just need more people. More staff. We've got.
Let's work on that. That's a great idea.
You got to expand it.
All right, we'll do that. Well, we're going to ship it off to Alish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert. The Leafs lose 4-1. We'll be back with you on Thursday night when they tangle with the Bruins in Boston.
By the way, the in-house picked the exact same 3 stars. I wonder if they put as much time into that as I did.
Jeez, let's hope so. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
When Jeff Lewis is live and uncensored, no one knows what's going to happen.
I don't want to hurt him, just embarrass him.
Like the motto of your life.
What are you getting angry about?
I get angry about everything. Catch me talking with my friends about my latest obsessions, relationship issues.
It's been really healthy to hear all your problems.
Because it makes your relationship look healthy.
It could be worse.
Jeff Lewis live. Weekdays at 12 p.m. East, 9 a.m. West. Only on Radio Andy. Sirius XM 102. Or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Under review. It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. He had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Kerr. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
To ensure that my child and every child has a qualified teacher in the classroom. This and more student supports in schools means safer schools for everybody. Tell the Ford government that it's past time to invest in students. Visit knowmore.ca. That's KNOWMORE.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
At Honda, we can't wait
to tell you that the all-new 2024 CR-V EXL Hybrid has arrived.
Right, but I was going to tell them...
about amazing features like all-wheel drive and a power moonroof.
Well, actually,
it comes with a 2-motor hybrid powertrain.
Just wait, I was going to tell them that it's in stock today, so...
So you don't have to wait!
Yes! Lease the Ontario-built 2024 CR-V EXL Hybrid from just $149 weekly at 7.59%. For 60 months, $2,550 down. OAC, taxes extra. See HondaOntario.com.
Waiting is overrated.
While furnace breakdowns are unexpected, you can expect Reliance Home Comfort to fix it fast. We're here to take your call 24/7. And if you need a new one, pay no interest for 1 year on a featured furnace. That's right. That's 12 equal monthly payments interest-free. Looking to improve your home's energy efficiency? Upgrade to a heat pump system, and you may be eligible for up to $7,100 in government rebates and energy audits. So for an unexpected furnace breakdown, call on Reliance. Financing OAC for a 12-month term with no interest accruing. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert with you for a few minutes before we send it to Leafs Talk. Maple Leafs drop a 4-1 game to the LA Kings on Halloween night after a 5-game road trip. It looked like they were still, I don't know, en route back home somewhere in the abyss because they did not show up for that game.
Yeah, usually when it's a bit of a drowsy start, the course of 60 minutes of an NHL hockey game will eventually wake you up. But I don't think they did wake up throughout that game. It was a pretty lousy performance, probably their most pathetic of the young season. And I don't know if it came at a great time, but this is a pretty big week with the Boston Bruins looming, so they'll have something to prove in the next outing. A couple positives, though. John Tavares did score a goal in the third period. Has scored in 4 of his last 5 games, has a point in all but 1 game to start this season. So those predicting his demise, don't go there yet because he's still a productive player. And William Nylander did get that point. So the streak lives on. He has a point in every game to start the season for the Leafs, which has set a franchise record.
And the Maple Leafs were being shut out, and they were not shut out in the end, which means that they have 154 games without being shut out, which is the longest active streak in the NHL. Those are your positives from this evening.
What were the negatives? What was the number one negative? There was a lot of attention for Max Domi there, but I mean, he at least looked like he was kind of upset with how things were going. It was not a great performance by any stretch of the imagination, but at least like there was some light from him. I think the most disappointing thing is that it was lifeless, and there was an acceptance that they were just not going to win this game, and it just was okay with it being a pretty bad performance. I mean, that's just not the sort of effort and the response to a bad effort that you want to see from a team that really doesn't have excuse. Like, I know you were just on a 5-game road trip and you returned home, but that explains a waste of 60 minutes. That just doesn't add up for me.
Yeah, for me, it's lackluster effort, no pushback. You know, you're down 2-0 after the first. Like, you should go into that locker room and come out like a team, like a bat out of hell. The Halloween analogies. Like, you don't come out with less effort in the second period and then less effort in the third period. 2-0 after the first is very easy to climb out of a hole if you have the offensive talent like the Maple Leafs do. It was never out of reach until they just stopped reaching for it. I think that's what was the most disappointing part of that game because every game's going to matter. You're going to play the Bruins on Thursday night, which we mentioned. And you can't just turn on a switch and play really, really great hockey because some things linger, like lack of effort, frustration. Maybe you go in the locker room and you're thinking, well, maybe my line isn't working. Maybe we did need to mix it up, and Sheldon Keefe didn't. So Thursday comes around, like, you got to turn it on to probably play your best game of the season all of a sudden after playing your worst game of the season. Like, that isn't the way you want to go about stringing together performances. So I think it's that. I think it's, you know, if you're a superstar getting paid $1 billion, you got to show that you want to not embarrass yourself at home in front of your fans. So,
is that a B? Did they say $1 billion?
$1 billion.
Not quite, but they should be. They should. If you're making that money, you should be performing or at least giving a better effort than that. It'll be interesting to see what Sheldon Keefe says after the game. I don't know if we were been predicting a new Keefe, if a new Keefe could exist in a world without Kyle Dubas. He has been very forgivable, I think, even through the course of these first couple weeks here when things could be a little bit more intense. He's declined to take that opportunity. I would like to hear something from him other than just, it was okay, because that's kind of the attitude that game had, and I'd like to see something different if I didn't see it on the ice.
All right, before we throw it to Leafs Talk, the NHL scoreboard is presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. You got a game for us?
Just one other game in the NHL tonight, and it is now underway. We are late stages first period. It was 1-0 for the Vancouver Canucks over the visiting Nashville Predators on a goal. Wait for it. Rub salt in the wound. Sam Lafferty.
Oh, no.
But the Predators have since responded with goals from Colton Sissons and Dante Fabro. So it is 2-1 Predators in the late stages of the first period. In the World Series Game 4, it's 11-1 Texas leading Arizona.
All right, one last positive from Armin before we send it to Leafs Talk. This is still the first time the Leafs have had a winning record, 5-3-1, in October since 2018.
So slow starts are their thing. And Novembers have been their thing as well.
Tomorrow is November.
And
So
November starts tomorrow.
We'll
You're
flip
right.
the calendar. We'll leave this game in October, and we'll send you to Leafs Talk with Justin Bourne and Sam McKee next. Thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Talk. We are on Sportsnet Plus and the Leafs Radio Network. I am Justin Bourne. That's my homie Sam McKee, and I drew the worst Leafs game of the season. Ugh,
buddy. There's certain things that you feel good about a hockey team, and you watch them play on a road trip, and then you watch this game, and you're just right back to thinking maybe they suck. Like, I'm just right back into panic mode on what this team is after watching that product at Scotiabank Arena tonight. And I know you're an old man. I'm heading towards that. You have children. I like to go to bed early. Ban the 8 p.m. start at like, what the heck? Could this have ended an hour ago? Is that allowed? Like, it was a really, really awful game, my friend. I don't even know where you want to start.
Yeah, well, I will start at the idea that on our show, on Real Kipper and Bourne this week, we're talking about some teams that, like, you can't overreact to small samples in the early season. Sometimes you lose a few, you win a few. Maybe you're not as good as you think, right? The Canadians are 5-2-2. They're probably not that good, but it doesn't mean nothing, like you look at where people are in the standings and it's like Vegas is undefeated and Colorado's pretty good and Boston's pretty good. My point here is I couldn't help but look at the Leafs tonight and go, I don't think they're bad by any means. But like, there's definitely some things there that I'm like, okay, they got holes this year.
So where do you want to start with the holes? Because D?
I don't know. I've been beating up a number of people in my brain. Where do you want to start? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I guess we could probably start with the defense. I'm concerned. Can we just start with with Mitch Marner?
Yes, 100%. Happy to.
I'm not sure what's going on here this year. I don't really remember many moments of him looking like vintage Mitch Marner. And I don't know exactly. I can't quite quantify it. Maybe you with a better hockey eye than myself can. But it just feels like the driving nature of his game, the ability to be the engine of a hockey game, sort of have the pace of the game go around him. Like, remember we talked about him last year and when he's at his best, he's like almost like a Chris Paul, where the whole game is going at his speed, regardless if it's fast or slow. And he just seems to be barely involved a lot of these nights. And he's playing with Matthews, and we've talked about on our show about the lack of like actual assisting on each other's goals. But tonight again, I guess there wasn't a ton of great guys out there, a lot of passengers, but tonight particularly when you needed a guy like that to kind of wake everybody up and kind of bring the energy up, just nowhere to be found tonight. Brutal.
Yeah. There is like a pay level where if we're paying you $1.5 million or less and you don't look bad, that's okay. We just need you to not mess up. Hold your spot in the roster down. Don't mess up. We're paying you, $5 million to $1.5 million. We need you to be pretty good some nights, like important, and you can have some bad nights, whatever. We're paying you 11. We need you to be dynamic. We need you to be better than the good players. We need you to be like consistently impactful. And to your point about, Marner moments this year, I was thinking like, what are the 3 best plays he's made this season? And it's like, boy, I'm hard pressed to come up with any where you're like, oh, that's the thing that Marner does. And we're 9 games in here and I think he's got 7 points or somewhere in that range, but it's been pretty underwhelming.
Yeah. So I thought tonight was a perfect opportunity where I guess you get that power play goal, you make it 3. I guess they made it 3-1, and they had a couple chances right after that to maybe make it 3-2. But I thought tonight was a good message sending chance with, I don't know which the Stars. I don't know if you're going to bench Marner. I know, like, God forbid that happened. Our show tomorrow wouldn't have been a lot of fun, but like maybe bench Marner, I think Bertuzzi, I don't know if he's still banged up. They're kind of protecting him. He didn't play much in the third, if at all. I barely noticed him at all.
Game, so
did he get a shift in the third? Maybe that was the message sent.
Must have got a couple to get to 14 minutes, but I'm not sure if exactly. But he didn't play.
And then, I guess I didn't think Matthews was very Nylander again was their best forward in terms of creating chances. He was pretty good the whole night.
Yeah,
but it just felt like there was definitely a chance to send a message in this game, especially with your crowd booing on home ice and maybe just a little bit of accountability here. But yeah, I was underwhelmed big time by Marner. And I think it's a big enough sample size to now start having the conversation of what's going on here. This feels like a long stretch of hockey for him to not be his dynamic self.
Yeah. So a couple things to touch on. One of them, you and I disagree on the idea about booing for that game. I'm not you can't boo the team guy, but usually it's booing that your team is bad and consistently showing it. The idea of being a fan is that you're there for the team and the good and the bad, whatever, when they're a good team. They're 5-2-1. They had a bad stretch of play. Booing?
You give me a couple Scotiabank large Canadians and I paid $350 for a lower bowl ticket. Yeah. You better believe I'm booing those fellas.
Okay.
Go ahead. There's a special level of bad that deserves booing, and them through 40 tonight was as piss poor an effort as I can ever remember seeing from a hockey team. And they were dreadful for most of the game.
At that point in the game, it was 2-0. And the Kings had carried the run of play, certainly. But it's not like the Oilers where they started the season 1-5 and they're dogging it again, Anyway, of course you can boo. People get really butthurt if you say they can't boo. Oh, have at it. Well, this maybe seemed like the wrong time for me.
The end of the third period, end of the second period, they were in the Leafs offensive zone for 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
No, it was
the people in there were surly. They were getting a Bronx cheer for a clear.
I know.
That was a special kind of bad where, listen, it's an expensive night down there. If you take your family to a Leafs game, you might be taking out a second mortgage to do it. So I completely identify with it. It makes us a real sports town. You know who would have been booing them? New York fans. You know who would have been booing them? Philly fans.
I had the opposite thought. I was it seems like something an uninformed crowd would do. Now that you say that, it's a passionate fan base.
Yeah, if that's the Philadelphia Flyers and they're putting out that effort and they're supposed to be the good team the Leafs are, I can guarantee the Philly faithful's booing them off the ice. New York, anywhere. The real sports fans, they're pretty passionate and pretty surly. And there was a surly crowd.
As we're talking, I just pulling up a couple stats from the night, looking at zone time and all that. By the way, I came across a tweet that the Leafs have been outscored 7-0 in 9 games at 5-on-5 when Reeves is on the ice. That's from Nick D'Souza. So that's not good, but I was looking at zone time. So the Kings had the puck, O-zone possession time of 5 minutes. So they were in the Leafs zone for 17:41, but they had the puck for 5 minutes at even strength, while the Leafs only had it for 3.5 in the Kings end. So, that's a lot of hockey to defend at even strength with the other team having the puck. I get it.
Yeah. I don't know. Was there anyone that was good? I'm trying to pick out somebody.
I had that same thought. I was good players.
I want to say something positive, but I can't even that first goal, even that wall, everybody's baby Joe Wall, that first goal he lets in is putrid.
The deflected one?
No, the one that he comes in on after the total yard sale.
Yeah.
But this one goes in the net. I
don't know. That's a tough sort of bouncy bounce there.
Putrid goal. Anyways, I felt like not one man on the Toronto Maple Leafs played well tonight. So I don't really know how to break that part of it down, but
no, it's just lifeless. And it's this whole off the road trip thing that should have been semi-predictable. I think it's worth giving the Kings a little credit that, they really they're a big team. They skate well. You know who rips the puck? Kaliev, Fiala, Kempe, Doughty. They have guys that rip it. That's a pretty good Kings team. That excuses the Leafs' effort tonight.
No, we talked to a lot of Kings today on the show, And Kipper loves the Kings. And, we had Messier on today and he was raving about the Kings, and everybody, like all the hockeymen really seemed to love the Kings. And I was like, can we pump the brakes on the Kings a little bit here? Then I watch them tonight. They are a bunch of mules. Like they have a lot of guys that are just big, heavy centers. And like down the middle there, Kopitar still looks really, really good.
Yeah.
Dubois, who I didn't notice a ton, he had a couple chances, but he's just a big, heavy center. And I thought Cano
is so bad though.
Oh my God.
Like this pass underneath Reeves. That's your guy coming down the wall.
Yeah, totally lost.
Like who you got? You're standing there. You got an area of the ice. Get your stick down there in the lane.
Yeah. So I think we have to have the Reeves convo. Like we haven't really done it a ton on the show, but you got to tell me right now, Borny, that if they call up literally anybody,
give me
from the Marlies, like McMahon or Tivberg or Abruzzese or any of these guys they call up, there's no way the fourth line's not immediately better.
Yeah, and that was part of the convo on the show today, was just like that. Reeves, you kind of accept that you're not going to drive play, but having this like nuclear deterrent of
drive play. How about have the puck for 5 minutes, 5 seconds?
But the problem though is you have to be good enough to play, and he played 7.5 minutes tonight.
Yeah,
he didn't get on the ice because they don't think that line can do it. So yeah, something kind of has to give there. By the way, I was going to say something before and I didn't get back to it, which was the idea about benching a player or, whatever. This is the point in the season where you can say, maybe this costs us this game, but we just have to let people know that it's not acceptable. And I don't know if loading up the line of Marner, Matthews, and Nylander, I don't know if tonight was the night for that. Down 3-0. I understand you're trying to win a hockey game, but at some point you got to say to these guys, you got to be able to generate something without getting all the best players on the same line,
Yeah, it felt pretty over to me.
Yeah.
And I agree. When they start the third period and those three guys are together, I had the exact same feeling, being like really?
Yeah.
Really?
Like it felt like a treat, and it was like, maybe it's time for less carrot and more stick.
Yeah. Maybe like put you Gregor with Matthews for a shift or two.
Yeah,
just like try anything different.
I've said this to you before, but like when I was with Sheldon in the American League, the Leafs were calling everyone up because the Leafs sucked.
Yeah,
2015-16 and 16-17, calling everyone up. So we had a bunch of ECHLers, and we won all the time because those guys would come in for 3 games and work so insanely hard. And the opportunities you gave to guys farther down the lineup, like they were energized. You would get something more. I'm not saying about out of call-up guys, but Gregor, sure, give him a look with a little more opportunity. Maybe Nyes gets a little bit more run with those guys. I don't know, but it did seem like tonight I didn't agree with the decision to load those guys up and just keep playing them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the ice times in front of me, but in a game like this, it felt like it was just totally needless.
Yeah.
Like it's been such a massive conversation in this city, and like it's just a huge thing about how much these top guys are playing.
Yeah.
And in a game where you have absolutely nothing, the first game back from a road trip, I guess none of the guys got over 20, which is good.
Yeah.
I think that the most played was Marner at 19-24. Oh, Tavares actually played a second more than Marner tonight, which, it's fine. None of them got over 20, but I just felt like they could even gone less than that tonight. Like this could have been but I guess
had
down
it
3-0,
well, you probably would have played him. Honestly, if one of those guys, if Gregor was flying, maybe he'd have got more, but there just wasn't anyone tonight. So
okay, I was just gonna say, like, I kind of teased it off the top here.
Yeah,
but did that didn't shake you too hard, right?
About the team, no. I mean, It is off the backs of a long road trip, 12-day road trip. You finally get home, sleep in your own bed, and you get up, and they're like, "It's another grinder against the Kings," and it's like, I'm
really
just
doing this.
Yeah, so I get. But no, you definitely have moments, and I'll tell you why. This actually ties to where I was going to take it. We started talking about defense off the top and kind of steered away. But that's where I had my moments where I was like, it's possible that Klingberg can't play.
Yeah.
That like you may have to tape a pick to him to unload him. That bad. Like, all right, so this one where he goes back and he can't handle it and it's a turnover and all that, it's not pretty. But there's a pinch in the O-zone in the third period. I know you're going for it where all right, it's a 2-on-1 the other way. Then he goes down again and tries to put one through his feet and turns it over again.
through the legs toe drag he tried, like off a pass that was behind him.
That's the one that was after the bad pinch.
Yeah.
And then I think we actually have, I don't have the list in front of me of what clips we have, but the goal at the end where, maybe he's supposed to hand a guy off, but he doesn't play Kopitar particularly well. Like he's just, man, I understand he does some things on offense, but he is atrocious at turnovers. This one, puck just goes by him. Okay, go take Kopitar then, or he just gets beat back to the net. Like he doesn't have anyone.
No.
So he's a problem, man. They took him off the first power play unit. So now you're PP2. You're on the third pair with Lagesson, and you're still a liability. What are we doing?
Yeah, I think he's had a lot of moments throughout the first few weeks of the season where you can see the upside and you can see why they kind of have taken a chance on him.
Yeah.
But the nights where it's like this, it's like, holy crap, can this guy play in the NHL?
Well, he looks like a shinny player tonight.
No, he really does. And when he's not contributing offensively, I saw him actually get a shot through to the net tonight, which is something that he has been able to do.
Yeah, it was actually a really good play. Yeah. Like I was all planning to rip him tonight.
Yeah.
It kind of, that's a great play.
It ate up Talbot pretty high. He got him. It was a nice wrister from the top of the sort of the top of the circle there. But yeah, it's scary right now. And you paid a lot of money for him, and you said the tape a pick to him. But like, what are you going to replace him with?
Well, just having $4 million to do something with at the deadline is what's appealing to me. $4 million, man. Like $4 million. Your hope was that he become a 60-point power play one guy who found it again. You remember Shattenkirk was great, struggled, went to Tampa, found it for dirt cheap again, then went and got paid again. Mm-hmm. D'Angelo went to Carolina for dirt cheap, found it, got paid again. You wanted to be the place where he found it.
It may just be lost. Like it may not be around anymore. Yeah. Like it may be a really good hiding spot. Like hide and seek, but like you're in a trash can in the garage. Like you can't find it.
Yeah, it's trouble. So that was one of the things when we talked about, are you worried about the team? That's one where I'm going, that might not be a short-term slow start. That may be a problem. I had some things to say about Liljegren. Liljegren's been very good for the Leafs this year. I'm really comfortable with him.
Yeah.
As one of the Leafs 6, and even as they head into playoffs, like I think he's developed into a pretty good, probably third pair guy. You need him to be like that, kill penalties, playing your third pair, but he is small and he does get eaten up. And look at this one here by Roy. To me, this is a bad hit. Like I think Liljegren's in a vulnerable spot and he gets pumped in the numbers a little bit there. I didn't think that was particularly great. I think that's a dangerous play.
Yeah, it's a bad play.
And so that's a game removed from getting crushed by Trennan in Nashville, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's taken a couple bad licks down low. And then do we have the goal, Jobo, where he's going back on it? I think it's the third goal, and he just doesn't want to get hit again. And he's not a huge guy, and I don't blame him. But I worry about him and those sort of things. And that's what playoffs looks like, right?
Yeah, you got to take some big hits to make plays and stuff. You got to
keep going first guy back on it, first touch, easily first to the pocket. He just bails out. He doesn't want that one.
No.
Not
and it's Byfield bearing down on him, who's just a mutant, massive guy.
And Justin Hall used to go back and get plowed, but he pushed the puck to someone else first.
Yeah.
He didn't just blow by the puck like that.
Another power play goal against tonight, the penalty kill looking shaky again. You mentioned Justin Hall, and I'll mention it again here. They miss him so bad on the penalty kill. They miss him so bad on the penalty kill. And obviously their forward depth for guys who can kill. It's different now than it has been in years past. But defensively, like on that goal there, it's Riley and Liljegren killing penalties.
I know.
Like those are not the guys that you would ideally have out there. You want to have been
your last guys, even last year, probably in the playoffs. You're going with Hall, McCabe, Giordano, and Brody. You're going with 4 other guys than that before those two. So
I want to ask, this is more of a big picture one quickly here, just because we talk about Bertuzzi getting maybe bench tonight, maybe injury. We're not sure what happened with him in the third there, but he didn't play much. What are we giving Treliving's offseason here 3 weeks into the season?
Well, Who did he sign? Have you liked?
Yeah, so Klingberg, I'm going to say that's a solid C- at the best.
That's a D. So far, I mean, I'm not saying he can't find it, but
Reeves.
I mean, that's really, really bad.
Domi.
Years. See, Domi, I think, has been better.
Yeah.
I actually even liked that they were down 3-0 music. I'm going to fight someone in the face. I don't care. Penalty there. I liked it.
Bertuzzi. Yeah.
5.5 million.
I wonder.
Bad penalty call on him there, but I wonder if that was involved in the benching because it's just another one where you're behind the plate chasing, and it's like move your feet and get in front of the puck carrier so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, and it was a dive and it was a trip, but like it wasn't really a penalty, but like you're swinging your stick from behind the guy and he goes down and it's a penalty.
Letting the ref make the choice. Yeah, you put him in a spot to do it.
So I would, I wonder what the thought process between Keefe and Treliving is right now, right? Like, say what you will about Dubas, but he always gave Keefe guys in the bottom six that were like capable grunts who were defensive guys who like had a role or whatever.
Yeah.
And you could play them. Like this fourth line, he can't even play it.
Yeah.
It just gets immediately caved in every night. He's playing Klingberg 20 minutes a night and he's been horrible for a lot of nights.
Yeah.
Domi has been better, but like he had a horrible start of the season. He benched Bertuzzi potentially tonight. Like, it's got to be interesting to know what the dynamic is between those two guys right now. Because we always talked about Treliving loving Dubas. I was loving Keefe. I wonder if Keefe loves Treliving right now.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think Sheldon has a contract extension, so he probably feels like he could tell him, this one ain't working.
Yeah. But I agree with you. The last thing I'll say, two quick things before we go here. I sent the tweet. And I really loved it. And you mentioned it. Domi being pissed off about losing embarrassingly on home ice was a really refreshing thing to see for the Leafs.
Yeah.
Because it's just never happened. Like this game, I mean, listen, the Leafs have lost games over the last couple of years where they're a really good team. But
the NHL's done.
But they have had dog performances. Like I feel like a lot of these kind of games.
Yeah.
And no one seemed to care. Like no one ever did anything. They just took their beatings. Yeah, they just took their beating. They're going back to the South Kingsway to go to their palatial homes and just relax.
Yeah.
And Domi's out there cross-checking guys down, grabbing dudes by the collar, got that stupid look in his face with the no teeth, and he's yelling at guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. It's just nice to see somebody mad about losing.
The nicest thing you can say about some professional athletes is that they're sore losers. Like,
yes.
You don't want people like myself. Oh, the best loser.
Great game by you guys tonight. You guys did awesome tonight.
We'll get them next time, boys. Yeah.
And last thing I have for you is yay or nay on the silver buckets.
So 100% yay in theory. I have no problem. You're Los Angeles. Only Los Angeles and Las Vegas can go do this stuff, and it's cool. It just doesn't really work from like a fashion standpoint. So
think.
Well, I know it definitely doesn't work in terms of like a look. If there were shiny metallic stuff somewhere else, maybe it's just so garish that could they tone it back a little?
I love it. I absolutely
notorious for great taste though.
Hey, now I don't mind it. I just think it looks really cool. Like it's just something. It's something totally different. I thought it was so cool when they did it. I have a 4K TV, not to brag. It's just 4K TV.
Other kinds now?
I don't know, but I have a 4K TV. And you could see the reflections of all the things around them on their helmets.
Yeah.
And I love that old school Kings logo with the white gloves. It's definitely a hot shot look. It's super flashy.
Yeah.
But I bet you the boys get fired up when they get to wear the silver buckets. I guarantee.
I'll tell you why.
Look at that. That's a great look.
That's a great. So you can't be bad in it.
Fair.
If San Jose's wearing this kit, we have to just remove the helmets and give them black helmets and say, try again when you're above 500.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the rule. If you're above 500 or if you're in a playoff spot, silver buckets. If you're not.
So it's like in Sweden.
Yeah,
if you're the leading scorer, you get the gold.
Yeah, the shiny flame helmet. You can't.
As an aside, Is that not the worst idea ever? It's like, oh, who's the guy I'm going to catch with his head down? Oh, it's the guy with the flame bucket that's leading their team in scoring.
Yeah, you're looking around for the other team's best player. They're literally shining a spotlight on him. Thanks. You don't want that.
Do you think there's a chance it's a trap game? Leafs looking ahead a little bit, gets off a long road trip, going down to Boston to play a big divisional rival.
Yeah, I think coming Thursday too, there is an element that probably played in here where this is not the focus for the week.
Yeah. So hopefully they can get McCabe back for this weekend or this week. Maybe they can get him back in for the Boston game. I'm not too positive on that, but yeah.
Maybe Revo can scare the boys in his mask in the dressing room on the way out to the ice this time. A little jolt of adrenaline.
Maybe punch someone tonight. Like there was a dead crowd. Guys look dead.
You just don't want to punch over there.
Well, they got that. They were talking about that Englund guy that maybe can go. I don't know. Maybe try.
Scoring.
Maybe try to fight someone. Or what else are you doing? You might as well try.
I guess Reeves is like, they don't put me on the ice. It's hard for me. It's like you need to play well enough to be out there.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Anything else? You all good?
I think that's it. I think
it's buddy.
Been Leafs talk.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thanks. We'll catch you again on Thursday night postgame. See you then.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute-truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Tulip continues to impress. This is a good-looking offense. I'm always jealous, and I'm not a part of it.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
A.J. Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles. Everyone in the ballpark know he's getting the ball, and you still can't stop.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes joins us.
We'll continue to get better and better as an offense.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
The one thing I'd like to say about Makar, let's not put a ceiling on this guy in terms of historical context. Makar will, at some point, as he puts a few more notches on his belt, he'll enter the conversation. Is he already one of the 10 greatest defensemen ever? Have I seen anything like Makar? Maybe not, man. He's dangerous.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
Jersey really is set up to be not only competitive this year, Gord, but for years. You think about the fact that they have Luke Hughes and Nemitz on entry-level deals, like really contending for cups starting kind of last year and into this year. They are well-positioned from coach on down to be good for a while.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Bort Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Resources and supports they need to thrive. Whether it's more one-on-one time with their teachers, extra help with reading and math, or more mental health supports. We need to go beyond the basics. Tell the Ford government to support every student. Visit knowmore.ca. That's knowmore.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Concerned about the taste and odor of your home's water? Have confidence drinking purified water from Reliance Home Comfort. With over 100,000 5-star online user reviews nationally, trust us to purify your water. Our dedicated experts will assess your needs and recommend the best filtration system for you. For about $1 per day, enjoy purer and better tasting water for all your drinking and cooking needs. So if you're concerned with your home's water, call on Reliance. Conditions apply. See website for details.
You're on Sportsnet 590, The Fan. And this is CBS Sports Radio.
In the college football playoff at all this year, not even sniffing it. And that's
subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
All you've been hearing about the New Jersey Devils during the off-season is that they're one of the talented up-and-coming young clubs around the NHL. James Nichols covers the team for New Jersey Hockey Now, and while he thinks the club is moving in the right direction, he joins Boomer Gordon on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, saying the defense core still concerns him.
Some veterans were moved out on the back end, so much expected from Luke Hughes this year. What is your anticipation for the blue line as we start the season?
Yeah, that's one of my biggest question marks heading into the season, just because, there was all that speculation as to if they were going to, upgrade the goaltending over the summer. They didn't end up doing that. And you wonder if the blue line got a little bit weaker, losing, Ryan Graves and Damon Severson. That's upwards of almost 1,000 NHL games, leaving the blue line. So the organization has, high hopes for Luke Hughes. They really believe in him and his ability to replace what Damon Severson left. Kevin Ball has looked really good in the preseason since the beginning of training camp. I'm a firm believer that he's going to seamlessly step into the shoes of Ryan Graves. I believe he'll be paired with John Marino on that second pair. So, it could go one of two ways. It could, they could seamlessly transition from Damon Severson and Ryan Graves to Kevin Ball and Luke Hughes this year, or, they maybe stumble out of the gate a little bit on the blue line, get their feet under them. Luke Hughes is going into his first full NHL season. His short sample size last year, it looks great, but you should expect, a couple of hiccups here and there because, he is a rookie. So it's a question mark for me, but I'm not too concerned about it. I think that they'll wind up being just fine.
Nemec is not there to start the season. Was that always the anticipation?
Yeah, I think so. We started asking Lindy Ruff about that toward the end of last year and even into the summer, just because of how well he played in the AHL. He was named the top rookie in the league and appeared, even though he had only been there a short time, did he have much left to prove in the AHL. But, Lindy Ruff was outspoken about the fact that it's hard to have two rookies on the blue line while trying to compete for playoffs, and they expect to go on a deep run once they get there. So, you kind of got the idea at the beginning of last summer, and then, once in training camp, look, he stuck around the team for the majority of training camp. He was there till the very last moment. Until they had to make a decision on Monday and sent him down to Utica. I do anticipate seeing him again at some point, maybe not in a full-time capacity, but the expectation was, although he did have a strong camp and proved to be, a really strong defenseman coming through the pipeline, there are still some deficits in his game that he can work out in Utica. It's probably the best place for him, too, because they're going to want him playing on a nightly basis. So it was anticipated that this was going to be the way it was, although it may not be that way for very long.
James, you mentioned earlier you questioned whether they would go for an upgrade in net this summer. They did not. Are you convinced they need an upgrade? You don't believe Vanacek is a sufficient number one, or you don't believe that Akira Schmid is the ascending number one?
I did wonder if that was going to be the one area that they looked to improve this summer. However, after looking at both Vanacek and Schmid in the preseason, I do think that they're going to work really well as a tandem.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
It's not exactly a surprise to find out that when it comes to the Chicago Blackhawks, people are closely following the progress of the number one overall pick in this summer's NHL draft, forward Connor Bedard. Writer Tab Bamford has covered the Hawks for over a decade, and he joins Ryan Payton Clayton, Dennis Bernstein, and Dave Pagnotta on the hot stove on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 91, to share his impression of Bedard in the early stage of his rookie season.
Well, I think one of the things I'm going to watch in the coming games is, Taylor Hall had a shoulder problem in Boston. Initially was week to week, but he skated yesterday, and it might be shorter than that. But you've got a former number one overall pick on Bedard's line, and in the preseason, all of the veterans were talking about how underrated Bedard's vision and playmaking ability was.
Right.
I think part of it is just situationally, he found himself in spots where, look, this is a kid that the safety is never on, right? He's ready to go if the puck's on the tape, but he's also making plays. It's just a matter of finding the right spots. I don't think that the shooting will necessarily slow down for him. I think you will see more playmaking, but with Taylor Hall out, right now it looks like Taylor Radish is going to bump up into that spot with Bedard and Ryan Donato. You've got complementary guys on the line, but he's going to be the driver. That's just what it is. He's going to have the steering wheel in his hands on that line, and as long as he can get those shots on net, I think the impressive thing is that those shots are getting on net, and it's not getting redirected, blocked, because a lot of people talked about him needing to change angles and things like that coming in, and he's getting the rubber on net. So I don't think that will necessarily slow down in the volume per minute, but I will be watching as the season progresses to see how long Luke Richardson and his staff can keep him at 21-plus minutes a night. When you've got back-to-backs, it's going to be a heavy lift for a kid when you get into late December, early January.
We had Aaron Ward on last week, and Wardo talked about this kid being the driving force of that line. In the first game of the season, like, he led them with in 11 different offensive categories in the first game. This is a guy that is going to be able to exploit his talents in the right way. And I guess it doesn't necessarily, obviously, Tab, it's great to have a guy like with Taylor Hall's capabilities on your line, but because of the way he performs and because of the shot total and the chances I guess he's creating, you don't necessarily need to have those top type of wingers playing with him, right? You can mix things up, and like you said, Radish likely going up. You can have those guys that'll be these little complementary pieces to what he brings to the table.
Yeah, and I think what Radish is a guy that I thought from the get-go. Look, we knew Taylor Hall was going to be on that line to help alleviate some of the pressure. I love the addition of Ryan Donato because he's a volume shooter who can fly. Smart guy, great goal in the first game against Pittsburgh. That's where Bedard picked up his first career apple. But a guy like Taylor Radish, who is a net front guy, who is a garbage man who cleans up loose change, I think that's the kind of guy that you're going to see really benefit from being on a line with Bedard, because with those volume shots, if a guy like Radish or even, on the power play, Corey Perry's going to park himself there, if they can get there, I think the hardest thing is getting there before Bedard gets the shot on net. But if you can get there before Bedard lets it rip, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for guys that know how to play in front of the blue paint to pick up some easy goals.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
Not a lot of personnel changes in Beantown after the Boston Bruins' record-breaking regular season last year, but the ones that occurred, highlighted by the retirement of captain Patrice Bergeron, were big ones. Sean Hutchin covers the team for the Fourth Period podcast, and he joins Ryan Payton, Dave Pagnotta, and Dennis Bernstein on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 91.
Look, we know the center position is different now in Boston right now. How heavily are the Bruins going to have to rely on Pasta and the captain Marchand to lead this team forward?
It'll be heavy. I think it's going to be a season where if Pasta and Marchand don't find the score sheet on a consistent basis, the chances of winning the games won't be good, unfortunately. I mean, they do have the players who have the history of being able to score goals like a James Van Riemsdyk, and you hope that Pavel Zacha can continue to increase his production. You're hoping that Charlie Coyle, with his playmaking abilities, will be able to feed Pasta and Marchand for a lot of goals. And the rookie, Matthew Poitras, he's come in. Of course, he had 79 assists in the OHL last year with Guelph. You're hoping that he can be consistent there. But, of course, it's his first year, and he has a lot of growing to do. But you're absolutely right that this team will really rely on Pasta and Brad Marchand this season.
What about a guy, again, it's a different team, and that's one of the big things going into the season that all fans knew, not just with Boston, but also with the NHL. What about a guy like Morgan Geekie? Again, one game in, played with the Kraken last year. Seattle defied logic, defied expectations with that incredible turnaround after Game 1. It was kind of that scoring by committee thing. He had 28 points. He was a plus 14 in almost 70 games. What do you expect from him this season? New team, new city, all that type of stuff put aside.
I think we're going to see a lot more of the same from him. He's accounted himself really well with the Bruins. He's a type of player that I think what you see is what you get. He's one of the hardest working players on the ice every time he's on the ice, whether it's game or practice. He's fit in really well with the Bruins. He's just plays a real complete. From what I've seen, he plays a complete 200-foot game. Can handle the puck well, sees the ice well, which means he sets up teammates for scoring opportunities, gets in a position to get opportunities for himself as well. So I think he's going to be a good addition. The other night in Game 1, he was the third line right wing with Poitras and Trent Frederick, and kind of had that veteran presence and kind of drove that line.
Now, this year, in the course of one season, because you lose the centers, this team is going to have to lean into its defensive prowess. And I don't think, offensively, I think they're a middle-of-the-road team at this point. So your feelings about how this team's going to have to win games this season?
It will be done with more of a defensive presence and type of game. And they'll need to rely on Linus Ullmark and Jeremy Swayman much more than they did last year. But the good news is most of the defensemen are back from last year's team with Grzelcyk and McAvoy and Lindholm, Carlo, Forbert. And so... Yeah, you're right. This team is going to need to grind out wins on a lot of nights, but it will be the defense that I think carries them through.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is Sirius XM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. Sirius XM NBA Radio. Sirius XM 86.
Things are kind of crazy right now with the NHL team in the Canadian capital. Ottawa Senators radio play-by-play guy Dean Brown joined Steve Coolius and Andrew Raycroft on the Power Play on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 91, to share some insight on the club situation with its number 2 and 3 centers, as well as its very poor start to a season where they're expected to contend for an Eastern Conference playoff spot.
It's mayhem. It's complete catastrophe. It's hockey in Canada. That's one of the things. Anything that is not going 100% the way you'd like it to go is certainly a catastrophe. They do not have their number 2 and 3 centers, and no one seems to know exactly when they will, and that's where they stand right now.
The number 2 and 3 center, that's the talk. And how long can you survive without it, and without them, I should say? And when does the panic actually set in if these two guys are still out of the lineup?
Oh boy, that's a good question, Andrew. I guess it all depends on the marketplace. When the external pressures start to create internal pressures with the organization, I guess that's when it moves from the back burner to the front burner to don't touch the burner. And I don't know what that is. It isn't now, I'll put it that way. But I think it probably is going to have to do with the record, in that this team has had such bad starts the last 2 years. That's what's put them in a big hole. Last year, for example, if they had just been a 500 team in November, they would have been 1 point out of a playoff spot. That's just November, So a good start here is a very important thing. And if they're 500 or better, through what's left of October, I'm not sure there's going to be any panic. But I'm just not sure how long, as an organization, you're going to be comfortable moving along without your number 2 and number 3 center. Your number 2 center, Josh Norris, who's injured, that's going to be what it's going to be. He's going to play when he's ready to play. When his body and his mind are both ready to go, that's when that's going to be. And, the player's the one, it's his body. The player's the one who ultimately decides if he's ready to go. The other thing in the Pinto thing, I think that's the more complicated one, because it isn't just re-signing Pinto and putting him back on the ice. This team is, $62,000 away from the cap. So they can't sign Pinto and put him on the roster unless they make other moves or a move or other moves to create that space. So that one's a bit more complex rather than Norris, who's just he's another injured player. He's just got to get back to being healthy again.
What did you think of some of the mistakes the team made in the opener against Carolina?
Well, I think they are clearly what they are. They were mistakes that you can't afford to make against a really good team. And that probably was Ottawa's, the less fortunate part about that night for Ottawa was the fact they're playing a team that's a cup contender. I don't think anybody puts Carolina in their list of teams that's, going to be a bubble team or, might get a wild card spot or miss the playoffs. On everyone's dance card, they're a team that you expect is going to press and be a contender for the cup. So you're playing a really good team on home ice right out of the box. And so you make mistakes, they're going to make them make you pay for them. And that's what Ottawa did. Ottawa's wounds were self-inflicted in that game.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947, Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948, Predators feed on Internet 936.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
All you've been hearing about the New Jersey Devils during the off-season is that they're one of the talented up-and-coming young clubs around the NHL. James Nichols covers the team for New Jersey Hockey Now, and while he thinks the club is moving in the right direction, he joins Boomer Gordon on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, saying the defense core still concerns him.
Some veterans were moved out on the back end, so much expected from Luke Hughes this year. What is your anticipation for the blue line as we start the season?
Yeah, that's one of my biggest question marks heading into the season, just because, there was all that speculation as to if they were going to, upgrade the goaltending over the summer. They didn't end up doing that. And you wonder if the blue line got a little bit weaker, losing, Ryan Graves and Damon Severson. That's upwards of almost 1,000 NHL games, leaving the blue line. So the organization has, high hopes for Luke Hughes. They really believe in him and his ability to replace what Damon Severson left. Kevin Ball has looked really good in the preseason since the beginning of training camp. I'm a firm believer that he's going to seamlessly step into the shoes of Ryan Graves. I believe he'll be paired with John Marino on that second pair. So, it could go one of two ways. It could, they could seamlessly transition from Damon Severson and Ryan Graves to Kevin Ball and Luke Hughes this year, or, they maybe stumble out of the gate a little bit on the blue line, get their feet under them. Luke Hughes is going into his first full NHL season. His short sample size last year, it looks great, but you should expect, a couple of hiccups here and there because, he is a rookie. So It's a question mark for me, but I'm not too concerned about it. I think that they'll wind up being just fine.
Nemec is not there to start the season. Was that always the anticipation?
Yeah, I think so. We started asking Lindy Ruff about that toward the end of last year and even into the summer, just because of how well he played in the AHL. He was named the top rookie in the league and appeared, even though he had only been there a short time, did he have much left to prove in the AHL. But, Lindy Ruff was outspoken about the fact that it's hard to have two rookies on the blue line while trying to compete for playoffs, and they expect to go on a deep run once they get there. So, you kind of got the idea at the beginning of last summer, and then, once in training camp, look, he stuck around the team for the majority of training camp. He was there till the very last moment. Until they had to make a decision on Monday and sent him down to Utica. I do anticipate seeing him again at some point, maybe not in a full-time capacity, but the expectation was, although he did have a strong camp and proved to be, a really strong defenseman coming through the pipeline, there are still some deficits in his game that he can work out in Utica. It's probably the best place for him, too, because they're going to want him playing on a nightly basis. So it was anticipated that this was going to be the way it was, although it may not be that way for very long.
James, you mentioned earlier you questioned whether they would go for an upgrade in net this summer. They did not. Are you convinced they need an upgrade? You don't believe Vanacek is a sufficient number one, or you don't believe that Akira Schmid is the ascending number one?
I did wonder if that was going to be the one area that they looked to improve this summer. However, after looking at both Vanacek and Schmid in the preseason, I do think that they're going to work really well as a tandem.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, October the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Maple Leafs feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 947. Kings feed on Internet 933. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks take on the Nashville Predators. Canucks feed on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 948. Predators feed on Internet 936.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
It's not exactly a surprise to find out that when it comes to the Chicago Blackhawks, people are closely following the progress of the number one overall pick in this summer's NHL draft, forward Connor Bedard. Writer Tab Bamford has covered the Hawks for over a decade, and he joins Ryan Payton, Dennis Bernstein, and Dave Pagnotta on the Hot Stove on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, to share his impression of Bedard in the early stage of his rookie season.
Well, I